Whoa. Seems good. All right, everybody. Happy Tuesday. Captain Cody here. My music is way too loud in my headphones. I gotta turn that down. I almost blew up my skull. That would have been a sad sight to see, probably, or maybe it would have been really, really cool for a moment, and then very, very sad. Right? But happy Sunday to everybody. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you in the back, wherever you happen to be in the world. Yeah, I'm talking to you, Dramulks. Talking to you, Dramulks, wherever you happen to be in the world. Happy Tuesday. Did I say happy Monday? Oh my goodness. Happy Friday, everybody. Happy Friday. So nice to see you all here. No. Is it today Tuesday? Today's Tuesday, right? I better look at my calendar. Tuesday, yeah, today's Tuesday. I got a faculty lunch meeting and I got intro to web dev. Now you guys know. Oh, can you even see that on my stream? It's all covered. Oh, my calendar's all covered. Well, down here it shows that I have a faculty lunch today. So happy Tuesday, folks. Oh no, Tawny, fallen. You've fallen to 18th place, my friend. We gotta come back. Physics exam tomorrow. Good luck with your physics exam. Heavy kettle, happy Tuesday to you. Heavy kettle, I sing to thee. Happy Tuesday, heavy kettle. I'm so glad you're here in the crew today. All right, we got Dramulks, we got Tani. I'm so excited. It's not the right word, but I'm so grateful for you being here, and I'm wishing you the best of luck on your physics exam tomorrow, my friend. How is it, like an exam week where at your school? Code Red Games is here. Oh man, we got the whole crew today. The whole crew. Heavy Kettle, I come in for the lovely tunes and happy coding advice. Look, we're here, we're coding, we're growing, we're learning together, we're getting there. Heavy Kettle. I'm so glad you're here. I'm love, I'm happy. I love. Singing to you in the morning. Code Red Games, it's going beautifully. Code Red says, how's it going? It's going beautifully well. Code Red. How are you today? How is everybody? I need to know. Oh, look at all those hearts. Those some beautiful virtual hug hearts. Thank you so much for. I love those. Let's get some more of those. Look at them floating across again. Gordienko Games. I don't know why I decided I needed to say that. Gordienko Games, welcome aboard. Welcome to the crew, my friend. Happy, what's today? Tuesday. Happy Tuesday. What are we working on today? Today, it's day 2. We started this yesterday. What did we do yesterday? Well, we started we're building a crafting system. We wrote some unit tests. People were like, why are you writing unit tests? Tests, your game dev is for, that we're writing tests. That's nuts. Dramux says, isn't there a Fat Tuesday in the United States? Fat Tuesday? I've heard that, but I don't know. But yeah, unit tests, people, this is why people say, look, This is why I tell people, look, Captain Coder is not a game developer. Captain Coder is not a game developer. If I was a game developer, would I be writing tests? Everyone gets all upset that I write these tests, but you know what? When I go to refactor this code, you'll see, they'll all see that my tests are gonna save me one of these days. Dremels, you were a unit test. Well, you know, sometimes you feel like a unit test, and sometimes you are. You know, that old saying. Yeah, we got some unit tests in here. So what did we do yesterday? What are we gonna do today? What are my goals today? Well, yesterday, it's all up in my head. It's all up in this noodle. Right here in the noodle. That's right, Dramulks, in the noodle, my friends. So what are we gonna do today? What did we do yesterday? So let me get my, we did a little bit of design documenting yesterday. Oh, come on, let's get this doc cam open. Doc cam, do I have a light on? It feels so dark in here today. Does the lighting seem off to anybody else, or is that just me? If I press the light button, does the light button do anything? It does not. We are working on a crafting system. Moon says unit testing. I'll be back in 2 hours when the test is written and we can continue with the crafting. All right, so yesterday we defined what do I want to learn from this project? So that we're, Captain Coders Academy, we're all about learning, growing, including the captain. The captain doesn't know everything. In fact, the captain knows next to nothing. Captain knows very, very little. I'm trying to learn, I'm trying to grow. I've only been using Unity for about 2 months here. So what do I want to learn? I want to learn about scriptable objects. We're gonna get to scriptable objects. I was reading about them yesterday, so I think I'm ready. I think I'm ready to scriptable objects. All right. I want to use dynamically linked libraries in Unity. So I think I want to turn my crafting code into a library that we can just bring into Unity. I want to sort of figure out how to do that a little bit. We're not going to do that today, but that's something I would like to learn about. And then the UI toolkit, use it in play mode. I want to use it in play mode. Okay. So that said, we thought about it. We have. I want to work on version 0 of the crafting system. I want to do it in 1 week. Look, uno weeks, one week here, folks. That means, I'm going to be streaming 7 days. We'll probably stream about 20 to 25 hours. That means I have really about 10 to 12 hours of actual work that I'm going to get done. You know how the stream goes. I get distracted. We take breaks. We chit-chat. Dramulks fights with me. Dramulks is better change that to 2 weeks if you're doing unit tests. No. 1 week. I get it 1 week. It's all about scope. Dramulks. We're learning how to scope creep here. No. We're learning how to not scope creep here. I know you're the scope master. Dramulks, but we're focusing. The captain is not so good at the scope creep, so we're reeling it in, we're pulling it in, we're bringing it down. Dramulks said yes, no scope creep, but unit tests do creep your progress. I don't know if that's true. Maybe they do. All right, so I want to have crafting containers. A crafting container is going to be like a 2-dimensional grid, but some of the spaces on the grid could be not usable, right? So we might be able to have a crafting container that doesn't have all the spaces. TOS says, Happy Taco Tuesday, Happy Taco Tuesday, Happy Taco Tuesday. Welcome aboard, TOS. Happy to have you here on this beautiful Tuesday. When, I don't know if I'll have any tacos today. I had some tacos this week. I had this delicious taco salad. So good. Heavy Candles, now I'm hungry. Me too, my friend. Me too. That's why I got my cup of bean water to keep me company, keep me satisfied. So we want these crafting containers like this. So we're going to figure out how to do this with the UI toolkit at some point. We're going to have different types of crafting containers. So for example, a sewing kit might allow you to do tailoring. A campfire might let you do cooking. An oven might let you do simple cooking and advanced cooking. So you have different types of recipes. All right, so we're going to have, but I'm going to do shapeless recipes. Our recipes are not going to have, you don't have to put them in specific slots inside of the crafting container. So we're going to do shapeless recipes. All right. And one of the things I want to be able to do, and we're going to work on this one today. We're going to define this one today. So when I go to craft, I want the user to be able to put anything they want inside of the crafting container. When you hit craft, it just sort of says, okay, what's in there? And we use that to determine whether or not something can be created. I hope that makes sense. I want to be efficient about that, so I don't want it to have to loop through all possible recipes in the game. I want to have a quick way to sort of look up, given the list of items and the type of container in, what can we produce? Does that produce a recipe? So we got to figure out a way to do that, and I have this idea for a recipe, I'm calling it a recipe database. And the recipe database isn't necessarily actually connected to, like, you know, a SQL database or anything like that. It's just this thing that has quick lookup times, quick, make it snappy, quick lookup times. So that's the scope that we defined yesterday. You hear that, Dramux? That's the scope. That's what we're doing here today. All right, camera, follow me. There we go, nice and centered. Here we go. So yesterday we defined our goals. We defined what I want to learn. We set up our assemblies. So I have a crafting test assembly, and then I have my crafting system assembly. Unicoder says 10 milliliters recipe, 10 million recipes per second. Better make it 9.8 recipes per second, per second squared, per meter squared per second. 9.8 million recipes per second squared. Yeah. We got the square seconds. It's like square footage, but in seconds. Okay. So we defined our we went over how to set up assemblies. So I created a test assembly. And so this means that if we have a test assembly, this doesn't get packaged with the project when you do it, but when you ship it, when it gets compiled. But it lets us communicate with our other assemblies. So we build a crafting system assembly. My goal is to make the crafting system assembly here not use the Unity engine. If I can make it so that the crafting system logic is separated, crafting system logic, if we can make that logic completely separate, I believe we can pull that out into a DLL, dynamically linked library, and use it in any project where you just drop that DLL and you don't have to move the source code around. That's what I want. I want to get to that point. I'm not there yet. We on John and Jen, thank you for the follow, my friend. Welcome to the crew. And Jen, I'm sorry if I'm not pronouncing that right. Let me know right away. And Jen, thank you for the follow, my friend. And Jen, thank you for the follow. Happy Tuesday, my friend. Welcome aboard. Welcome to the crew. Welcome to Captain Coders Academy. What are we doing here? Captain Coder is a computer science educator. I'm a programming teacher. I work at a school ages 10 to 14, but I'm here streaming. We're growing together. We're learning together. We're learning how to code. If you have any questions, programming related or otherwise, do not hesitate to ask. I'd love to know your questions. Bring them on. And backseat coding is encouraged. Do not hesitate to backseat code. That's how I get better. That's how we get better. And it's just fun. It's more fun that way. Corfless says, check in. Corfless doing a check-in. Corfless, my friend, welcome back. So nice to see you again, Corfless. How are you today, my friend? Good morning to you. All right, folks. So we talked about what we did. Let's talk about what we want to get done. Let's talk about what we want to do. Pac Van, welcome to the crew. Pac Van, I like to know, how are you? Wasabi Cheetah says, I trunk see code. I'm just here in the back of the scene of things. Let me out there. Wait, oh no, Wasabi Cheetah's been abducted. But Wasabi Cheetah's coding back there in the trunk. Wasabi Cheetah, that's all right too. Trunk seat coding is also welcome. Pac-Man, I'm doing fabulously well, my friend. Thank you so much for asking. I appreciate you for asking. I appreciate you for being here. We love having you here, my friend. Some tasty water. What are we doing? We want to define, so yesterday we defined our shapeless recipe. So our shapeless recipe accepts ingredients, several ingredients. It has a category. So this would be, you know, we defined, and then our test sort of talks, shows us how we do it. So if we had 3 wood and a rope and we're doing woodwork, we get a boat. So we defined that. We said that's how this whole recipe should work. All right, so we defined a basic implementation of shapeless recipe. I'd like to refactor this at some point to make it a little bit more efficient rather than making it a list here, but happy to have that. And so the next thing I want to do is I want to define today what a crafting container class looks like. We're not going to do, I don't think we're going to get the whole implementation. And I think when we go to do this, we're going to see that, oh, there's some trickiness here, Heavy Kettle says, this is so cool. I love your stream, but it's 4 a.m. here, so I need to watch on replay. That's no worries, my friend. Heavy Kettle, thank you so much for popping in, my friend. As always, keep on coding, keep growing, Heavy Kettle. And you are welcome back anytime. You are welcome back anytime. If you didn't know, Heavy Kettle, also, there's an archive. There's an archive over on YouTube. If you want to rewatch there, one of the things that I really, really like about the YouTube archive, one of the reasons I cross-stream to YouTube, one of the reasons I do it is because you get, you know, you get these playlists. We say we have all our previous projects here, but my favorite part is this playback speed. A lot of times we don't do all the coding all at once sometimes, but nice to have that 2x there to be like, okay, find the good spots, and then you go, okay, here we go, back to normal, like that. So if you didn't know, now you know. There is a YouTube channel over there, not virtual hug. YouTube.com/@CaptainCoderLive. Have yourself a beautiful day, my friend. One moment, folks, one moment. I need to clear my throat. All right, thank you for your patience, folks. I'm sure, you know, you'll appreciate it when I go to sing the next time that my throat is nice and moist, not so blockagey, not so gravelly. All right, so what do I want to get done today? When I define a crafting container class, implement a recipe database class, and implement a crafting container. That's right, Pac Van, it's not warmed up yet. Me, mo, 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 mo. Me, mo, mo, me, mo, me, mo, me. There we go, nice and warmed up, perfect. Joy says, gotta give the tubes some love somehow. You gotta love them tubes. That's right. So, here we are. We're in my crafting system here, and I would like to, we defined a crafting container class that doesn't have anything in it yet. Okay, so a crafting container, as you may recall, is gonna have a slot, it's gonna have spaces. Here. So one of the things I think I wanna redo real quick, hang on, before we move forward, since I'm wanting this to be sort of compatible in a variety of different applications, I want it to sort of be drop-inable. This item interface has kind of been bugging me. Yep, only you can't do points on YouTube. YouTube's pointless, some people might say. I love the YouTubes. But the Twitch just has the better interactions. We got points over here, and YouTube, pointless. It's pointless over there. So I don't want this item idea to conflict. So I was wondering if we could change our recipe to take in a generic type. And I was kind of thinking we could make it of type T. And then we could replace, because notice I'm not actually using the item over there. I was kind of thinking we might be able to replace all of the I items in here with a type T. And then we would be able to use that. see. Is this gonna, in my test now, I gotta rewrite this here. But I can make this of type item. Right? I think we can do this. And I think this will be better. So my shapeless recipe could be for items. You could have a recipe of type potion, that sort of thing. And the one little thing I was like maybe slightly concerned with is T. Oops, I don't know what button. I do this sometimes. I don't know how to close this. Anyone know the hotkey to close the blame tracker in here? Is it this? Where is it? Where are you? So this is called get blame. Let's see if there's, I don't know. I hit the little, well, that worked. I hit escape. What brought it up in the first place? I bring it up sometimes. I don't even know how he brought it up on accident. What? That's okay. We're gonna move forward here. So shapeless recipe of type T. This means if I drop it into a different program, I can specify the type of shapeless recipe it is. Okay. And I'm not I think I like that, but I'm not 100% sure. The reason I want to do this though is related to my crafting. Was it related to my crafting? Oh yeah, I didn't want to keep using this interface item. I feel like item should be something that's defined in, so my crafting system's not going to have item. sorry. My crafting system doesn't have an item. It's like the game that I end up putting this in has an item. So we'll see. Wingardium Leviosa. Regnus, that's the one that makes you float. I don't know. I'm sorry. I'm not the biggest of Harry Potter fans. I know, hot take. Don't be mad. I haven't read all the books. I'm sorry. I haven't seen all the movies either. Have I seen all the movies? I can't remember. But yeah, never was a huge fan. I think I read the first 3 books and couldn't get through the 4th one. But that's just like my opinion, right? I think it's great if some people love it. But Wingardium Leviosa, that's right. Regnus says, I don't care. Let's code exactly. Crafting container. So the crafting container, I think it needs to have a type T here. A says, I used to be a Potter fan, not anymore. That's okay. Hot topic, but not coding related. We're gonna focus on the code today. There are many things that I like and many things that I don't like. Harry Potter just happens to be one of those things that I'm not a huge fan. Never have been. Don't think I ever will. So anyway, let's code. Let's focus on that code. Crafting container here. Crafting container of type T. This is the thing that we're doing. Ace, I do actually code on it. Look, we wrote 50 lines plus another 7. We wrote like 120 lines of code yesterday, you know what I mean? Ragnar says, I was just thinking of memes for games and was gonna poop on Harry Potter logic. Just a kid with a stick. That's right. But that's okay. Here we go. 21 given chai. You know you did it. I don't know what I did. What did I do? Did I pass the unit test? I passed the test. Crafting container here. All right, so folks, let's look back at our document cam here just for a sec. Our crafting container is going to be this grid here. We're going to use grids for it. Let's zoom in. It's going to be like this. Oh, hang on. Oh, that's not working. All right. Moving the camera down isn't really that much of a zoom, but we want a 2-dimensional grid, and we're going to be able to put stuff in this 2-dimensional grid. 21 given chai says, what's up? We're coding here. Captain Coder is here. 21 given chai. I'm so sorry if I'm pronouncing it correct. Correct me if I'm wrong. But so internally, the crafting container, we need to be able to put things in various slots. So I want there to be sort of an interface here that looks like this. X metrics Jovinci. The Gypster says, morning bird, what device is this? Oh, I'm typing here and you can't, my tablet's in the way here. This is a Remarkable 2. Remarkable 2, it is a device that's, it's like an e-reader, but you can draw on it. It is what is considered a productivity device. There's no distraction. It's a distraction for you. You can't install anything on it. You can if you hack it, but it's not like a normal tablet. I received it as a gift. I really love it. I think it's fantastic. I think it's overpriced, but I love it. I absolutely love it. It's overpriced, but I use it daily. It's very overpriced. That's exact X metric. For $50, yeah, but at the end of the day, I think it's like $400 or $500. But I love it. I use it every day. I would say I've gotten my money's worth. All right, so we're gonna add an item. We're gonna have add item. And it's gonna take in a T. So our crafting container, it's of type T's. So it's gonna take in an item. And then we also have to give it a position, right? So in it, we're gonna give it an int row and an int column. Does this sort of make sense? Because we want to use a grid system, we have to say, where do we want to add the item in? And I think I'm going to put a bool here that says whether or not that item can go in that slot. How do we feel about that? All right, so the interface for this would be like when someone tries to add something to a spot, it can put it there. What do we think? What is the interactions that we want with this? So I'm thinking there's gonna be like a grid. So let me get my dot. I keep opening my dot cam and closing my dot cam. X metrics. First time, that's a good, I like that name, X metrics. Am I saying it correct or is it XME tricks? XME tricks. Some good names in the chat today. All right, so, Mr. Natural, it's remarkable how many points I've accumulated lurking. That's right. That's right. Okay. So, when I interact with this crafting container, what are the interactions that I'm expecting? What's going to make the coding interface nice for me as a programmer? All right. So I think what I want to do is I eventually want to have like sort of a drag and drop system. So you have you'd have like a crafting box over here, and you have your inventory over here. You might have an item, and you're putting it into the box, right? You're putting it into the box. You're dragging it in like that. So there's a couple different interactions I could say. Moonness, I also got a Remarkable, and it's great, but yeah, it's like a $150 to $200 product, not 400 plus. Yeah, so I think the price has come down from when I first got it, but they're very, very expensive. So yeah, I think it was a group gift. Several people pitched in to get it for me because I was saying how cool it is. I absolutely love it. But you could get a tablet for that price, and the tablet's more, what's the word I'm looking for? Has more features, but I like that this doesn't have all the features of a traditional tablet because it's a productivity device, in the sense that there's no distractions. So I want to be able to drag things in here. So the straightforward is one, nothing there. What's another option? We might try and drag it into a spot. Let's say that we have a container that had like spots like this. Okay. What if we try and drag it into a spot that there's no, can't put anything there. Drag into invalid spot. Okay. So try and drag into an invalid spot. What should we do? Here's another one. What if we try and add it to a spot where there's already something there? So we already have something in this spot and we drag it in. Something already there. And I'm also going to say that if we try and drag it into a spot that's not in the box, I'm going to consider that as an invalid spot. So it's like, maybe this would be called out of bounds. So how should each one of these interactions be interpreted by our code? What should each one do? So there's a couple different thoughts that I have here. And if anyone sees something that I'm not seeing here, I'd love to, entertain it. These are the three that pop in my mind immediately right now at this moment. I hadn't thought about this until right now. And so I'm thinking through, okay, what does my, code look like for interacting with it in this way? Mr. Natural says, I fell in love with crafting in games playing EverQuest, had never really crafted in games until then. João Bandeira. Hey, could you please tell me the name of the tablet you're using? Cheers from Portugal. Happy Tuesday. And let me know if I'm pronouncing it right. João. This is a remarkable 2. It is it's a writing and drawing tablet. It doesn't do anything but writing and drawing. I love it. A little bit expensive though. A little bit expensive. So these are the 3 cases that I see. I need to make a Smap says, do you have drag to move an already placed object? Ooh, Smab, that's a good one. That is such a good one. This is an interaction I hadn't considered. So this is crafting container, and this is like inventory. What if we want to take something that's already inside the container and move it to a different slot? Smab, excellent. Move within container. This is such a good one, Smab. Oh yeah. Smab, for your contributions to society, my friend, 50 points to you. Thank you so much for saying that. Smab says, also, can you do multiple selects, in which case you will need to aggregate the checks? Yeah, so let me think what I want. So, oh, that's an interesting thought. If I had multiple things selected. So I'm trying to separate out the logic in that case. So I want to think, okay, the interactions we might want to have, which ones need to be part of the crafting container logic and which one will be part of like the game logic here? Oh, we're missing it. I got to scooch that up here. Unicorn says, and remove item, drop item directly from craft outside to not inventory. Ooh, okay. So we also have, you guys are great here. I missed this one. 5 is we can remove. See, this is why pair programming is so good. This is like the ultimate pair programming experience. We have remove item from container. Okay, so I think the way this would work here, the remove item, is we actually don't care where it goes. I think that should be handled by the code elsewhere. Whereas you would like remove an item, you call like remove, give it a position, and it would give you back an item that's there. And maybe it would also return false or throw an exception if it doesn't exist. That is such a good one. That is such a good one, Unity Coder. Add points. Unity Coder, 50 points, my friend. Thank you so much for that. Mr. Nash says, once this is worked out, different types of containers in EQ, I lived the portable crafting device. Yeah. Xmetric says cancel. Ooh, that's one that I hadn't considered either. It's like when you're done, do all the items stay in the crafting machine or do you get them back? I think, so again, it comes down to like which ones. So right now I'm doing just sort of like the lot. These are the things that I'm going to eventually want my interface to do. Yeah, so this is just sort of like moving, like the moving stuff around in it. This is good. And the invalid drop. Remove item from move within the container. So another one we got to consider is if we move inside the container to an illegal spot, so legal or move within container, legal. See, look at all these things that come up / not legal as you start sketching these out. I'm glad I didn't just start writing code, If you just start writing code, suddenly you're like, oh, what about all these things that I gotta consider? All right, so we got, not necessarily from inventory, we're gonna add it from somewhere. It doesn't have to be inventory. The crafting container actually doesn't know anything about the inventory, but it's from outside in. All right, so add at, valid. We have a add at invalid, something already there, move with the container, and then remove from container. I think those are the ones we want. Xmetrics says, and invalid drop. Could you explain a little bit more what you mean by that? I don't quite understand that. Mr. Natural talking about the different types of crafting containers. Yeah, spit for food, sewing kits for tailoring. That's exactly right. A woodworking station, something along those lines. All right, so we have this. Xmetrics don't kind of half paying attention, but if you're dropping 30 items with only one slot. Yeah, so I, that's an interesting idea, is like, how do we handle, and so I think the way we kind of handle that is that our crafting container has this sort of generic type T, and so the game itself, whatever you're using, is going to say, okay, well, T could be like an item stack, it could be an item. It depends on the actual, in the endpoint. I'm trying to make a crafting library that can drop into like various different games. So my ultimate goal is to learn how to do a crafting system. The ultimate goal is learn how to do a crafting system, but also in April, I'm gonna bookmark this. In April, I want to participate in this game jam, the Dungeon Crawlers 2023 game jam, and I think the ultimate goal is to be able to take this as a library and drop it in there and use it with whatever system I come up with for the Dungeon Crawler jam. So that's sort of my idea. So one of the things I want to learn, one of the things that we defined last time that I want to learn is I want to learn how to use DLLs in Unity. So can I turn this into a library that's portable and I can just drop somewhere and I don't have to like move the source code with it? I'm curious if I can accomplish that. And so one of my goals here is to make a general enough, not infinitely generalized, because then you end up just rewriting the whole project again in the next one, but generalized enough that this is a crafting system that can be dropped in to a variety of different things, regardless of how you define your items. So one thing that I'm a little nervous about is the T's need to have like a size associated with them. So I'm not going to worry about this in this scope, but you can imagine a game where you might have an inventory system where different items take up different amounts of space, and I might want to incorporate that. That's not part of this version that I'm doing. But to do that, I might implement some kind of like, shape or size interface that sort of tells us how much space something takes up. For now, I'm going to treat everything as taken up one by one. For now. And then we may add that later, but I don't want to get too deep into that. Okay, so the things I want to be able to do, let's write these out. The things that I need to be able to do at the end of the day are add item. So when we add an item, what are the possibilities? Add to empty space, add to out of bounds space. This is also invalid. Add to but Xmetrics, thank you so much for your suggestion. I think that's a really good point, and thank you for making me consider that for that, Xmetrics. 50 points to you, my friend. I appreciate it. Add to empty space, add to out of bounds space. We have gamble all. Yeah, gotta just gamble it away. Every little morsel that gets tossed my way, gotta crank it up as fast as I can. Add to empty space, add out of bounds, add to space with already existing item. Okay, so these are like the different things for adding. Then I sort of want another one that's like move. So public bool, bool might be the wrong. So like what is my return type here? I don't know. Bool swap position in here, is that right? So the other one we want is move item in container. So this one would be move into empty space, move into occupied space, and then also move into out of bounds space. Barthok, hello my friend, how are you, Barthok? Welcome to the crew. Barthok says item as a return type. No, so I think I need to be clever with that. I think for add item, I don't think we necessarily have an item as a return type. Yeah, so I'm not 100% sure. This is why I'm exploring this. Item as a return type. No, for move item. For remove, for sure. So if we have a remove item, for sure we want to have a return type. But for swapping item was my thinking. Yeah. So I'm not 100% sure on that, because I don't like returning nulls. So in that case, like returning, like, and I have a type T here. How do I identify whether or not? So I could do this public T move. What do I do if we move an item? So it's really going to be int. It's going to be something like int row, int from column, and then int to row, int to column. It's going to be something like this. What do I return? I can't return null because this is a generic type. I can return default, but what do I return if there was nothing in that space? And so part of me thinks that this should return a bool. The gypster, time for a position class. Absolutely, absolutely. We can already see the horribleness, right? The gypster's on the right track. The gypster on the right track. Gotta make a position struct. I think I'll make it a position struct. I could also use Xmetrics. Screams in 2D arrays. Xmetrics, I hates the 2D arrays. Since they're just 1D with mod. The nice thing is that in C# you can actually define them as two-dimensional arrays in a pretty nice way. And what we might, what we know. Oh, here comes, we gotta follow, let's see. Abhishikeya Kami. Oh, this one's hard to sing, folks. Abhishikeya Kimi. Abhishi, thank you for the follow, my friend. Abhishi, I want to welcome you to the crew. Abhishi, thank you so much for the follow, my friend. Please correct my pronunciation. I am absolutely positive I'm not correct. But welcome aboard, my friend. Happy Tuesday to you. Wherever you happen in the world, I hope it's a beautiful Tuesday for you. A position class would be nice in this case. I do want to think about what we're going to return here. I think I want to return a bool saying whether or not it was successful. So I want to do something like try move. And it's going to return a true or false. And then it will have a an out. It may be just a true or false, and then it will swap those. It doesn't actually matter that much. That's right, folks. Today's stream is brought to you by the letter P. P is for Proton. P is for Proton, folks. Proton is an astounding Commodore 64 coding guru, musician and graphician, an absolute legend in my book. You got to check out his SoundCloud, some beautiful music. Let's check out some of that music right now. You hear this music? You hear what's playing? This is a Proton original, folks. Amazing chip tunes, doing, amazing synthesized music. You gotta check them out. Please give our fellow friend here, Proton the Legend, a follow. It's easy. Just click that little heart. Click it. What are you waiting for? Click it. You know you want to. You know you want to click it. You know you want to. All right, folks, but now back to our regularly scheduled coding. This might just be a move that literally just swaps two pieces. It might not even need a bool, right? Oh, actually, it'd be like a bool saying whether or not it's swapped in the sense that if the swap can't be made. I got to think about exactly how I want that to happen. We might also have like a move result. You could potentially have a thing that's like a result type that lets us sort of specify, you know, we might have a result type that allows us to specify, what am I thinking? What am I thinking here? Allows us to know whether or not, that has more information than just a Boolean. So this is a thought that we have here. So, yeah, Barthok, that's a great suggestion. I'm just not 100% sure. Barthok says, is there any reason why you wish to use generic T instead of an item class performance modularity? It's the modularity. Great question, Barthok. It's the modularity. So my ultimate goal is to create a relatively generic crafting system. So this is a crafting system. We're building a crafting system without a game. We're building a crafting system without a game. I want to build a crafting system that I can hopefully drop into other games. And if you want to use this, you can. So that's the idea. So in another project, T would be your item type, or maybe your ingredient type. It would be the thing that you want to use. Yeah, Gypster, I think that we will need to create an interface that defines sort of some requirements for it. That's why I was saying earlier, we might make it have a like something you can put in a crafting container. I'm gonna leave that for now. I don't think at this point I don't need it. The one thing that really comes to mind is it might need a the one thing it might need is so for sure it's gonna have to be hashable. Implement hashable and equality checks on them. So we're gonna be using dictionaries to do lookups for these things. But the size of it, Sinbad, we got a different language over there. If you would please, I think you're saying hello. So hello, Sinbad, but please be sure to speak in English, because I don't want, you know, I'm happy to have you here, but English, I can't understand what you're saying if it's not in English. But happy Tuesday, my friend. Barthok says, interesting. I made an assumption that you already knew what you wanted to use in the crafting, and not knowing that certainly makes it more challenging. So we've made some definitions here. Yeah. So I want to make a semi-generalized one. The idea is, it is a crafting system where you have like items. So I do have like this item type here. And so I think, you know, like the Gypster is suggesting, this might be item of item type, but I don't like this interface here. Does not implement interface, crafting container T, where, so it would be like where T implements item. Yeah, so this would say that, well, it has to be something that implements the item interface, right? So we could do that. Sinbad, hello, I come from Vietnam. Welcome aboard, my friend. I'm so happy to have you here. Happy Tuesday. Welcome to Captain Coders Academy. If you have any questions, do not hesitate to ask. And I'm more than happy to entertain any questions you might have, program related or otherwise, and backseat coding is encouraged here. So I do think we want something like this. But I kind of like, so, you know, I'm trying not to be too general. So I get into this thing where sometimes I get too general and sometimes I'm not, you know, I don't want to over-engineer it. I don't want to over-engineer it. I want a better name than item here. It's not a craftable either, but it is almost like an ingredient slash something that can be produced. So I'm not 100% sure about that. So maybe iCraftable does make sense. It's something that can be used in crafting. Maybe iCrafting item. For now, I'm gonna leave it as item. But the Gypster, thank you so much for the suggestion. I think you're right. I think we got to do this. So, Gypster, for your contributions, this is excellent. This is why I like the backseat coding. It challenges what I'm doing and makes me be better. 50 points to you, my friend. Thank you so much for that suggestion. I really do appreciate it. I think it's the correct way to go. Pac-Man says, for how long are you coding now? Let me ask a question. Are you asking how long am I gonna be streaming today? I'll be streaming today for at least another 2 hours. I'm probably gonna go 4 hours today. A total of 4 hours streaming today. If that wasn't your question, please feel free to clarify. Yeah, so we'll think about this a little bit more. That means in our shapeless recipe, we should also do where I item, T extends I item. And then we can rename this later if we need to. Okay. So this thing can be extended. Shiny Games, ladies and gentlemen, let's get ready for Shiny. That's right, Shiny Games is here, folks. Happy Tuesday to you, Shiny Games. How are we doing? Packness, I meant, for how long are you teaching yourself to program apart from the stream? Gotcha. I have been programming for over 20 years. I've been a computer science educator, so let's see. Officially, like as a, been as a hired teacher at a, like a school, I've been teaching for 3 years. Before that, I worked at lots of summer camps. I developed curriculum for summer camps. I went to grad school to study computer science education. And then I also, before that, I was in undergrad. I have a degree in computer science, a bachelor's of science in computer science. I also have a bachelor's in music education and I have a minor in environmental sciences. So, that's my credentials, Thank you for asking, though. Thank you for asking. So I try. Shady, I'm solving the last little issue my dev build is having and releasing it for private playtesting today. Ooh, that sounds awesome, Shady. Shady, are you a streamer? Let's check. I don't think I've seen your stream, but I saw someone shout you out the other day. Are you a streamer? Is you a streamer, Shady? Let's go see here. Is Shady a streamer? Look at that. Shady is a streamer. Shady is a streamer. Ooh, we gotta get Shady. Why didn't you tell me? Why didn't you tell me you were a streamer? All right, everybody. Shady, I gotta check that stream out. Everybody, hit that little heart. Give Shady a follow. Oh, this is not on my look. We're gonna give Shady a follow here. Give Shady a follow. I'm looking forward to checking your stream out, my friend. You always have some great stuff. Zymes. Hello, my friend. Happy Tuesday. Welcome back. How are you today? Here we go. Yes, Gypster, thank you so much for the suggestion there. So our crafting container, we have things of type T. I think it might make sense to give those things a size, but for now, I'm not gonna worry about it. For now, I am not gonna worry about it. Zyme says Twitch chat is broken for me. That's a bummer. I'm so sorry to hear that. Shiny says, thanks for the shout out. Be right back. Food is arriving. Bring it up for everybody, my friend. You gotta bring it up for everyone. Zyme says, so I'm connected to Twitch chat from my own IRC. Gotcha. That's fascinating. Seems to be working for me. I'm sorry it's not working for you. I'm glad you got that nice workaround because you're so brilliant. Zyme, did you go to some kind of genius school? Did you go to some kind of genius school with this IRC? That's the in real life, Israel chat. IRC is like, Israel chat. Is that what that's for? All right, so the other thing we discussed was removing an item. So this one, the options are remove from empty space, remove from, so this would be empty space, remove from out of bounds, and remove from valid location. So that's sort of like the thing. So remove from valid location spot with item. And Zyme says, I just spend my free time coding, running stuff. Gotcha. Zyme says, took me a while to figure out how to get this thing to work again. Well, I'm glad you got it to work. And I'm so glad you're here. I'm assuming you can see the stream somehow. See or hear the stream, even though the chat's not working for you. Okay. So I think these are sort of the different things we want. So in this case, for remove, again, I think we want a bool to know whether or not it was successful. Like, this Boolean in my mind is telling us whether or not the state of the crafting container has changed. We're going to do try remove int row int column like this. Okay. And for now, we'll return false. So I think we want this. Moon says chat breaks for me several times per day is weird. That's fascinating. I haven't had issues with chat on Twitch I really haven't noticed it. Shiban, 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 welcome to the crew. Shiban, Shiban, how are you? Shiban, thank you so much for the follow, my friend. Happy Tuesday. I'm so sorry if I'm pronouncing that incorrectly. Be sure to correct me. I like to get them right. I like to get those names right. If you have any questions, I'm a computer science educator. You can ask your computer science, your programming related questions here. You can ask me anything, actually. It doesn't have to be computer science or programming related, but keep it clean, keep it PG. If you'd like to try and boozle me, feel free to do so. Just don't boozle my crew. Don't boozle my crew. And backseat coding is absolutely encouraged. Shiban, once again, thank you so much for the follow. Zem says, is this Unity? I'm doing C#. My plan is to get this working in Unity. But I am doing, this particular module I'm writing is sort of a non-C#, non-Unity, just C#. Eventually I'm gonna add a UI to it, and that's gonna be in Unity. I hope that answers your question, Zymes. Barthok says, similar question to my previous one, you use an interface to assumption again, be able to implement the interface on anything you wish to be able to use in the crafting system. Yes, but having a very bare bones item class overridable by whichever game you slot this into would lead to a fairly simple implementation. No. How important is it for you to not define your item as a class, except for a dislike of returning null, of course? This is an excellent question. Look, Barthok. Are you from some kind of genius school as well? Because these are genius level questions, my friends. I kind of just don't like the name item here. You'll notice I do actually have a bare bones implementation of item, and this is gonna be for my unit testing. And so I think I will have a bare bones item implemented in the crafting system that can be used outside of it. That said, I want it to be an interface so that if you don't want to use the bare bones version that's part of the crafting system, you don't have to. And the reason I'm doing this is I'm also, so many moons ago, in the before time, we did, let's see, do I have it? Here's Adventure Quest here. I don't think this is the right one. We implemented, yeah, this isn't the right one. Hang on, folks. I need to go to my other GitHub here. Adventure Quest prototype. In January, we actually implemented a RPG, and I want to also use some of this code in it. And in this code, I gotta go to the develop branch. Hang on, develop. In this one, we actually we did have another item in this one. So we have equipment. There's a whole set of different types of items. My whole goal is to be able to use this stuff, and all I gotta do is, take this, put it in my new project, and then add in the item interface, and then boom, I should be able to drop it into those things. I hope that answered your question. It has nothing to do with not wanting to return null. It has to do with I want to, be able to use it potentially in different projects. So I'm trying to do that. It's been, it's one of the programming challenges that I'm going for on this one. Pac-Van says, you pronounced my name wrong. It's pronounced Bob. All right, Bob, I'll do my best. To remember that. Apollo says, hi. Are you making a crafting system? How does it work? Good question. That's a good question. We are working on building a crafting system. Yeah, Barthok says, so you're basically making your item class opt-in for any implementation solution variation. I have not considered using an interface in that way. Yeah, so that's what I'm hoping to accomplish here. Apollo, the crafting system that we're implementing. Oh, my screen, hang on. My screen here, I didn't turn on my docs. All right, so what I'm trying to do is a crafting system that looks kind of like this one. So we're gonna have crafting containers. That's what we're trying to implement today. Crafting container has like a 2D grid, and you can put items in it. You click craft, and based on what items are in there, it will either produce something or give you an error saying you can't produce it. And the order the items are in here, it just needs the items. They don't have to be placed in a specific pattern. So that's sort of how the crafting system I envision working at the end of 7 days. That's what we're hoping to go for. All right, I hope that answered your question, Apollo. Excellent. Shady, and I'm back. How's it going? It's going beautifully, Shady. It's going beautifully. What'd you get to eat? What food did you bring for the class today? The Jib says one of the OOP good practices is to code to interfaces, not to implementation. Yeah. So it becomes a challenge a little bit in Unity because of the serialization becomes a little bit of a challenge. Shiban says, you pronounced it perfectly. Excellent, I'm glad to hear it. Currently building an RPG as university final project. Oh, awesome. I decided to build everything from scratch, sprite sounds and such. So yeah, listening to you while I'm at work seems to be a wonderful idea. That sounds awesome, my friend. Shiban, if you would like to, I would love to know more about your project. We have a Discord. You don't have to join, but we do have a Discord. I would love to see some of your project. If you have something you'd like to share, I don't know if you're allowed to share since it's a university project, but over on the Discord, we have, if I minimize some of these, I got a lot, too much. We have a share your work, share your games, share your art. There's a forum here you can post about your game here. I'd love to see it. I'd love to see what you're working on, my friend. But no pressure if you don't want to. Can I shake this back? There we go. I accidentally minimized everything. All right. Shiny says, today I'm in a rush, so I ordered McDonald's. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba. Not sponsored by us. All right, that's okay. If McDonald's, if you want to sponsor us, give me a call. I'd be happy to, my soul might be worth, there's a price. My soul is worth some price. Give us a call, McDonald's. Give us a call. If you're watching this, Ronald, give me a call. All right, folks, we're gonna hop back in here. Working on this crafting container. This is sort of the interface that I want. I think it was the Gypsy says, I think it's time for a position class. Yeah, I think you're right. I think we do want a position class here. And in fact, I think I want a position struct. MMO says, get yourself some McBites. Yeah, that's right. How many bytes in a McBite, MMO Pug? How many bytes in a McBite? And do we have a gig megabyte or a mic gigabyte, or is it just a McBite? How many bytes in a McBite? Position. So I think I'm gonna make this a struct. So I've been learning about structs. I've been learning about the structs, folks. Namespace Captain Coder dot crafting system. All right, public class. This feels like something, this is gonna be a struct actually. Struct, public struct position. Position is gonna have a public read-only int row. I'm gonna get that right this time. Public read-only int column. We're gonna have rows and columns. It's gonna be a read-only struct, and then we'll have a little constructor for a public position, int row, int call, and this will do int call. We'll do and I've written this before, so I really should. This is another one that should be in like should have like a Captain Coder, DLL that drops in and has all of this like utility stuff. So anyway, I kind of want to put this in a generic Captain Coder dot position somewhere. Maybe I should do that. Maybe I could do that. Maybe I make that assembly. Here, let's do that. You know what? I'm gonna do it. Start work. Since I want to explore DLLs, I'm gonna do that. Tip Perryman XD. Tip Perryman XD. Tipperayman XD. How are you today? Thank you for the follow. Tip Perryman XD. Let me know how you'd like me to pronounce that, because that one's tough for me. Let me know if I'm pronouncing it right. I might just call you Tip. Can I call you Tip or Tippery? Maybe Ray. Tippa, I love it, my friend. Happy Tuesday. Welcome to the crew. Thank you so much for the follow. And welcome aboard to Captain Coder's Academy, where we're learning to code, we're learning to grow, we're growing, learning together. I'm a computer science educator. If you have any questions, do not hesitate to ask, programming related or otherwise. Just keep it PG, keep it friendly. And if you, let's see, what am I going to say? Keep it friendly. And what's the last thing? Oh, yeah. Backseat coding is encouraged. That's what I always say. Backseat coding is encouraged and welcome. So if you want to backseat code, it's a good way to learn and grow. All right, so I wanted to separate out these. All right, so I'm going to move this crafting assembly into this folder. And oh, maybe I shouldn't do that. Captain Coder. I'm going to create another assembly here. Bob says, I'm going to a game dev university next year. Ooh, awesome. That sounds exciting. I'm going to call this Captain Coder utils, maybe? What would be a good namespace for just like generic stuff? Is utils the right? This is where I want to like put position, array extensions, all my different extension stuff I want to put in here. For example, the first thing I'm going to put in here is going to be my position. Let's see. Sivadaharn. Sorry, I'm so bad at pronouncing it. I apologize. Sivad. Is it okay if I call you Sidav? What's happening? We are coding. We're growing. We're learning to program, my friend. Captain Utils. Yeah, so it's going to be captaincoder.utils. I kind of hate calling things utils, but it's where like my position class will be. It's where extensions will be. Maybe just captaincoder.extensions. Maybe it should just be in Captain Coder, right? Maybe it should just be in Captain Coder and it's just in the base. So like Unity Engine has vector 2 in the base of it. But I want to have it needs to be sort of in like a separate folder so that these assembly definitions do not clash with each other. CaptainCoder.core. Ooh, Mooniz. I know you got that, what is that like, the OP face there, but I kind of like that. Smap says, I often end up with helpers these days, used to use utils. I like core. I do like core. So we're going to create an assembly here. We're trying to learn how to do, assemblies. And so I'm kind of liking this here. We're trying to, the idea of using assemblies. We're gonna do an assembly definition here. Maybe this is an opportunity to actually put this in a separate project. You know what? All right, we're gonna go off the beaten path today. We may not reach any of our goals today, but we might learn something. All right, here's what I really want to do. I would like this to be outside of the Unity project. I want this to be outside of the Unity project because it's gonna not use Unity. So I'm gonna make a dir here called Captain Coder. In Captain Coder, I'm gonna create a library. .NET. I was gonna say a lib, but it's not pronounced library. So it should be a lib, shouldn't it? .NET new class lib. I want to use a specific version of .NET. So I can't. I need to specify the framework. What framework does Unity use? Is it Net Standard 2.1? I know it's not these ones. Unity which .NET framework? I could probably check if we do the following here. You can go look in that project. So cd rp. Let's see. This is cool. This is a new thing for me. So cd . Protobot says, I think you can use .NET Standard 2. I want to make so if I do use .NET Standard 2, it should be fine, but it's 2.1, you think? I'm going to go double check. So if I come in here and I open up, I think if I open up the assembly. I think I should be able to see here. It uses framework, but you can use standard. Gotcha. Gotcha. So if I put this in there, I'm gonna try this. Can I just do that? Target framework. I'm new to .NET stuff. Jax, thank you for the follow, my friend. I said Jax, I'm so glad you're here today. Jax, thank you so much for the follow. Happy Tuesday. Welcome to the crew. Happy to have you here. If you have any questions, do not hesitate to ask. Leon3301, 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 Leon3301. Welcome to the crew. Framework 4.7 is Windows 11. You know what? I'm probably just going to do .NET. Framework doesn't support .NET Standard 2.1. Interesting. Interesting. Framework 4.7 is Windows only. That's interesting. All right, so I'm gonna do the standard because I don't think it'll hurt to use, if I use the standard, right? If I use the standard, it should be compatible. If I use like .NET 2.1, it should be compatible everywhere, and it should give me warnings if I try and do stuff that is outside of that. So I think that's what I'll do for this one. Much to my dismay. Much to my dismay. I would love to use a better version. .NET 4.8. Unity recommends .NET Standard 2.1. All right, well, that's what we'll do. That's what we'll do. Let's see how old this is. Is this yeah. So .NET 2.1. That's what we're gonna do. We're getting another follow by Nathanio. Nathanio. Thank you for the follow, my friend. Nathanio, I hope you're here to the end. Nathanio, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the crew, my friend. Happy Tuesday. I hope it's a beautiful Tuesday wherever you happen to be in the world. Oh, 75 minutes since our last break, folks. We're gonna have to take a break here in about 50 minutes. That's our 15-minute warning. Let's see if we can get this. So RPG. So this is Captain Coder. So I'm going to try and define this. So it's going to be .NET. What was it? .NET. I did move to 2022, SMAB, because remember all the, I don't know if you saw how painful the debugger stuff was, but supposedly the debugger has been fixed in this version. Oh, the requirements for 2022 might be different. Oh, good point. Good point. Unity 2022.8 .NET framework. Unity and .NET, what's next? 2022.1. It looks like allow users to build against .NET Standard. I think if I go with .NET Standard 2.1, I can't go wrong, right? Is it backwards compatible? So like if I do 2.1, it should work with everything that comes later. Is that true? I know that used to be true about Java. So I'm so new to .NET. I've done C#, for 2 years, but .NET stuff, not so much. Version of .NET does 2022 years. Unity full supports. All right, let's look at this. Can be summarized here. Standard will be backwards compatible. Okay, so I think if I do .NET 2.1, I can't break things, right? So the DLLs that it renders should work. Muna says, or .NET 5 can use any standard lib, I believe. So I know for a fact that I've tried this actually. If I know for a fact if I build in .NET 5, there are things that break when I bring it in user. But that was an older version of Unity. Unity docs page for DLLs. Let's check here. Thank you, Unity Coder. I appreciate it. Managed plugins. You want to use compilers in your code that Unity doesn't support. You want third-party DLLs. Creating a managed plugin. Managed code contain only .NET code, which means they can't access any features that the .NET library does not support. However, managed code is accessible in the standard .NET tools that Unity uses to compile scripts. Version. .NET. Standard. I do think I want to do .NET. This is what I'm trying to do from the command line here. So I think I do want to use .NET Standard. So I think .NET Standard 2.1 is the correct thing to use. Okay. We're going to give it a shot. This is fun. This is interesting. So I've never done this. I've never changed the framework. So framework, we're going to use .NET Standard 2.1. All right. We're going to see how sad we are or how happy we might be. All right, so we're gonna create a class lib here. All right, so now we have a separate, I actually want to open it as like a separate. I think I want this as part of a workspace. .NET new class lib framework. Yeah, so it puts it in, since I have it inside of my Captain Coder folder, it did it there, so I'm okay with that. So this would end up being my position CS. So namespace Captain Coder, and this would be public struct position. So here's going to be the horribly painful part, is getting this to, as I work on it, push that DLL into Unity. That's sort of what I want. But Protobot, thank you for that. Unity Coder for sending me that. That helped out a lot, my friend. Unity Coder, I thank you so much for that. 50 points to you. Smab, also thank you for your help as well. Smab, 50 points to you. And Protobot, for all of your contributions to society, 50 points to you. And I think Mooniz was in on that one. Mooniz, I know you don't need any more points, but here's 50 points, my friend. Thank you guys so much for your assistance. I appreciate it. I truly appreciate it. I appreciate you. I'm gonna probably have to connect this up here. So the idea, though, is the following. So I have my position structure. Did I delete that file over here already? Position, core, position. Your language version should mean you can use records. Really? Oh! I'm losing my mind. I did not. I was just assuming I couldn't. Public struct record. Is it record struct? Can I do this? Public record. It does not like it. It does not like it. A namespace. Are you sure? I thought structs weren't. I want to record struct. I don't think this. I don't think it's gonna. It's a complaint. Let's see if this is a phantom error. .NET build. Nameless coder, welcome aboard, my friend. Nameless coder says hi. Hello, nameless coder. How are you on this beautiful day? A namespace cannot directly contain members such as fields, methods, or statements. Yeah, I don't think, .NET Standard 2.1 doesn't seem to support records. Record is C#9. I'm not sure how it works to have in a DLL. You might have to set the language version. Oh, I can set the language version. So it's all about the target. Record struct is in C#10. You're on C#8. Nameless coder says, good, how are you? I'm doing fabulous, my friend. Fabulous. So I could set a language version. 10. .NET build. We're gonna find out. Oh boy. Public record. .NET Standard 2.1 supports greater than. I don't know. It doesn't look like it. It doesn't look like it. Public. I know a public record position. It doesn't look like it, but it could just be that I need to reload this window. This would be cool. This would be cool if it did. Let's see. We're gonna play around with this because this would change my life. .NET build. The framework that you're building for will does not. We're on 11 at the moment. You can use latest. It doesn't like it with .NET with net standard here. Let's see. Use C#. Use language. Let's see. Language version. It's an external line, so it doesn't matter. That's what I thought. Language version. C# 11 .NET standard 2.1. Can I set language version 2.1? 2.1, the latest is 8. If I was up in Net Core 3.0, we could get up there. Yeah. So apparently not. The latest is 8. So I think what I would put, I think by default it uses latest. So sadly we cannot Smab. You got me all excited. You got me all excited. Oh, that says it's the default. The compiler determines is a default based on, oh, gotcha. Default version. Let's look. Can I use C# 11 with .NET standard 2.1? Thigh over on YouTube says cert attendance. C# is it possible to use C# 11 language? What's so good in records? They're just nice. They give you a lot of it comes with a lot of built-in stuff. For doing equality checks and hashables. Are they hashable by default? Nice. I think they're nicely hashable as well. You can't use C# 9 and .NET Standard. The runtime doesn't support it. Gotcha. All right, so we're gonna back up here. I'm gonna look into it because this would be super cool to get working. But we'll go to struct here, and I was going to copy over this here, and it's gonna be in our just captain coder.core, using system. Smab, yeah, look into how. I would love to give it a shot because that would be super cool. Because it should compile. Here's the thing, the language, as long as the language can compile to the framework, it should be fine. So if they can if they know how to compile it down, then it's beautiful. Then it'd be beautiful. Where are we at here? How far are we from a break? The last break was 85 minutes ago. Okay, folks, let's build this real quick. I got to figure out how .NET build. So the idea here is that I should be able to take this DLL. All right, so I should be able to take this. I should be able to copy this and drop it into, I believe, into assets. So let's do a new folder here. Let's do library, libs. We're going with libs. All right. I think I can do this. And then it's like, oh, okay. All right, we can do this. And then my assembly, I just say, hey, reference this thing. I'm very, very curious. Mooney says DLLs might have to be in a folder called plugins. That might be an old thing, but it used to be a thing years ago. I have done this before, like when I've played around with. I was like, oh, I want to think. I don't think it has to be. But we're gonna find out. It probably makes sense to put it in a folder called plugins. It definitely is taking a while to build. That said, let's see here. We got crafting system. All right, I'm gonna get rid of this core folder. And it's gonna build again. Come on, build it up. Build it up, build it all the way. And then our crafting system, that's not what I want. In our crafting system, I think I say assembly definition reference, and libs, can I reference it this way? How do I reference it? Or is it just here? The question is it just included in that? I'm gonna have to take a break, folks. The bot's gonna yell at me to take a break, folks. We're gonna figure this out when we come back. We're gonna take a break, but when we come back, we're gonna do some stretches. So get ready for some stretches, everybody. Get your family in on these. Stretching's good for your body. It's good for the soul. It makes you better. But when we get back, we're gonna see if we can get this DLL to work in here. I gotta get some coffee. I'm out of coffee. I gotta drink a little bit more water. I have this much water left. This much water. So I'm gonna finish that up. I'm gonna get some coffee. We're gonna be back. Get everyone in here. And we are gonna do it. We're gonna take some stretches, but I shall return, folks. We are back, folks. Apollo, it should be redeemed with 1 E. I'm so sorry. My bot is a dummy. My bots should be redeem redeem. You in the back. Pay attention. Pay attention. You in the back. You in the back. Are you paying attention here? I'm gonna have to fix that typo. I'm gonna forget to do it, but we're gonna try. We are back. I got my coffee. I got my dark fuel. I've got that bean water there. I see some suggestions here in the chat for doing this language using property groups. I think that might be right. I think I've seen that before. But before we get to it, oh, I was doing language version. Maybe I do language version. I think I just had the wrong type in there. We're gonna give it a shot, Smab, when we get back from stretching. You know, folks, if you've been here before, you know the captain loves you. The captain loves you, even you back there, Dramox, I'm talking about you. I love you, even if you don't like the stretches, but we're gonna get some stretches. We gotta take care of our bodies, gotta take care of ourselves. Everybody up. If you're like me, if you're like Captain Coder, you live a semi-sedentary lifestyle. You're working on a computer all day, you're hunched over the computer, you're a programming troll. Whoa, that's right. You're a programming troll just like Captain Coder. Maybe not a programming troll. Maybe you're a gaming troll. Maybe you're a reading troll. Whatever your hobby. Maybe you're a board gaming troll. I'm one of those. But you gotta get your stretch in. If you're sitting around, you're doing damage to your body and you don't even realize it. RSIs, repeated stress injuries. We want to avoid those. So everyone up. We're gonna do some stretches. Get on up. Get on up with the captain here. We're gonna do some forearm stretches, folks. Palms together, bring it up, and slowly bring it down until you feel some tension here. If it hurts, you're doing it too hard. You don't wanna hurt yourself. Bring it down, get a little bit of tension there. Oh yeah, and if you wanna if you bring it down and it's not getting enough tension, you can sort of bring it out and push it forward to get that forearm stretch in. We're gonna just hold this for 25 seconds, folks. Get a nice stretch in. Sai says, Sir, attendance leak. Pedati. I'm not sure what that means. I apologize for not understanding. If you could maybe clarify for us, Sai, I'd be happy to try and help out. Another 5 seconds, folks. Get that nice and stretch. Get nice and stretch, and oh, it feels good. Okay. All right, we bring it up. Let's roll those wrists out. Back and forth. Maybe do full rotation on it if you can. It's interesting. I can rotate inward, but it's very difficult for me to rotate out. Does anyone else have the trouble rotating out? I wonder why that is. All right. Go ahead and shake it out. We're going to do a little shoulder stretch here. Give yourself, if you can, bring your arm down, grab those shoulder blades and squeeze it in. Give yourself a nice, and pull it down. Nice upper back stretch there. Hold it tight. If you can't quite get this one, that's okay. You can do a different stretch. But if you love yourself, and you should, because the captain loves you, you deserve to be loved. If you love yourself, you should love your body. If you love your body, you gotta give yourself some stretches. Get that blood flowing. We're gonna hold this for another 10 seconds, folks. Oh yeah. Oh, it feels good. I hope it feels good for you too. If it hurts, you're doing it too hard. If it hurts. All right. I'm gonna let that up, stretch it back this way. I'll stretch it back that way. Oh, that feels good. We're gonna do some shoulder rolls next. Little tiny shoulder rolls. We're gonna add the elbows, full arms, do them back, then forward, four on each. So start with the back, shoulders up, back, down, and 1, 2, 3, 4. Add the elbows. 2, 3, 4. Full arm. 2, 3, 4. Bring it forward. 2, 3, 4. Add the elbows. 2, 3, 4. Full arm. 2, 3, 4. Oh yeah, shake it out, folks. Thank you so much for joining me in those stretches, getting that blood flowing. It's very important. It's very important if you want to, if you're sedentary, it's very important to take care of yourself the best you can. And should probably be every hour. I do 90 minutes. No more than 2 hours, folks. You got to get those stretches in. But we're going to come on back in here. Thank you so much for joining us. Since all of you are so lovely, since all of you joined me in those stretches, I know you did. 50 points to all of you for joining me in those stretches. I appreciate it so much. I appreciate it. I appreciate you. And I hope you love yourself. The captain loves you. The captain loves you. All right, let's see. Is it break, reset, or is it reset, break? Reset, break. All right, break timer reset. We'll get notification when it's time. When it's time. Another nice benefit is that when we do that, our coffee, our bean water, that delicious bean water, oh, it was too hot a moment ago. It was a little too hot, but now that bean water, oh, it's the perfect temperature. That nice dark. This stream is brought to you by Don Francisco's Coffee Toffee, Butterscotch Toffee Coffee. Black, no cream, no sugar, just delicious. All right, folks. All right, so it looks like we can do Lang version. Lang version. I had several people send me stuff. So do I need to put it inside of a property group here? Oh, it's already inside of the property. Let's try this, Lang version. Let's try public record struct. Ooh, this looks promising. .NET build. All right, so all right, so someone was asking why a struct? Well, no, why a record? So check it out. Check it out. All I gotta do now is this. I get all of it for free. I get all for it. They're read only. They're read only, and that's the whole struct. Just position, row, column. I get the constructor for free. I get the read only fields for free. So we're gonna give this a shot. We're gonna see if Unity can handle this. .NET build. We're gonna see first if it'll build. It builds. All right, one thing I gotta be careful here. Daniel, my friend, it's so nice to see you. Daniel, my friend, how are you? Daniel, thank you for being here today. Welcome aboard. Welcome back, my friend. Apollo asks, what are we trying to code? I'm trying to create. So right now, the overall idea is I want to create a. What am I trying to code? I'm trying to do a crafting system. A prototype crafting system in 7 days. 7 days. That's what I'm trying to do. Right now, one of my learning goals is using external libraries in Unity. So trying to do external libraries in Unity, and so we've defined a separate library here, and I've done a build, and I'm hoping to take this DLL, this dynamically linked library that was built here, and put it in. Yes, exactly, Smab. It creates a standard 2.1 DLL. That's right. So it should still compile down. At the end of the day, this just compiles into a struct. The syntax isn't important. This is what we call sugared syntax that gets compiled down into gets lowered into something. Apollo, that's exactly what I'm trying to figure out. I have an idea. So this is the library here that was created. So I'm trying to figure out how to do it. We're gonna put this new one here. You can use file. Oh, Smab! I can use file scoped namespaces. I can. We can do it. We can do it. We can. First, though, I want to see if I want to get this working in here. I want to get this working in Unity, and then I'm going to go back and do it. I'm going to make it happen, Smab. So I paste. Can't just paste it there. Hang on. Where do we go? Where are you? Where is this thing right now? Who? There it is. Found it here. All right, so we're gonna look in here. I would like to be able to put it here. Guess you gotta include the package like normal you do in Unity. Yeah, I'm so new to Unity, I don't quite understand how it works. So we're gonna look in here. We had Unity. All right, so DLL. Add the following information to library. Name, location, the parent folder on the project solution name. Make the DLL available in your script. In Visual Studio, open the contextual menu for references in the solution and select add reference, browse, select. See, I don't know, so I'm not in Visual Studio. Debugging a DLL. I would like to be able to add it in here. Okay, creating a managed plugin. the DLL does not contain Unity API code, or if you've already made the DLLs available, follow your compiler's documentation to compile a DLL. Done that. The exact options you compile DLL depend on the compiler. As an example, the command line for Roslyn is this. Using a management, after you've compiled it, you can drag the DLL into your Unity project like any other asset. You can then expand the manage plugin to view separate classes inside. Ooh, drag classes that derive from mono behavior on the game object, use mono behaviors. So all I have to do is put it in here. And then we have it. Damn, it says, what did you use before Unity? Good question. I program in all sorts of stuff. I would say I'm not a game developer. Unity is essentially the only thing I've really used to make games, aside from like text-based console games or some like, I've made a lot of web games. I've made a little stuff in like Java. I made Tetris. Let's check it out. So if I have this here, let us go to, so let me shrink this down. So can I now use, so I want to do using captaincoder.core. All right. Is this a real error? We're going to find out. So I need to get this, that's a phantom error. All right. Holy smokes, that wasn't that hard. Let's see if, so here's the thing, do I just need to reload VS Code to get it to re-identify this? All right, please. That's fascinating, that is awesome. I'm so excited about this, folks. I'm so excited. Nope, still doesn't detect it. Okay, so this phantom error though, I don't understand this. So this error, can I run, hang on, let me run all of these. These run. Are you using assemblies for your scripts? Are you using assemblies for my scripts? Yeah, it's included. So here's the thing, it wouldn't, yeah, so yes, the answer is yes here. Nazmul wanted, how are you today? Nazmul wanted, thank you for following. Welcome to Captain Coder's Academy. We're here to learn how to grow, code, and learn. That was a terrible song. I'm so sorry, folks. Nazmul wanted, thank you so much for the follow. Happy Tuesday. Welcome aboard. HashCloud include package. Essentially, let me look here in this reference. Do I need to add it here? Thank you, Nameless Coder says, nice song, thank you. I shouldn't actually have to put it here, and in fact, this isn't showing up as an assembly at all. It's almost like, so if I were to switch, hang on, let's try something. Position P. I'm gonna try something here. So you add an assembly -m for your DLL folder. So Moon is, what's happening is Unity's font, the compilation error is not real. VS Code is saying there's a compilation error. Unity's, but Unity doesn't see a compilation error. So it's like these two things. VS Code is. So I was gonna do a little test here. Let's write a little test. Yeah, this is fascinating. We were gonna add in a new, let's duplicate this. And you're welcome for the song, Nazmul. Everybody gets a song here. Everybody who's part of the crew gets a song, or, you know, everyone deserves a song. Let me change it. Let me say that. Everyone deserves a song. I'm not sure that everyone's gonna get a song, but if someone wants a song, I'll sing you a song. I'll sing, this is your one. Oh, I'm gonna get a lot of people asking for a song, I think. I gotta be careful. I might have to add that to the Stream Element store. I'm happy to sing right now. The next two people who ask for a song, I'll sing you a song. If you didn't get a song when you followed because I wasn't singing when you followed, I'm happy to sing you a song. So this one should be our container crafting container test. Okay, so my crafting container test here says crafting container test. I want to actually execute some code, so I'm just gonna write something dumb here. Nameless coder asks, how did you decide to use Unity over other game engines? That's an excellent question. I didn't actually get to make that choice. I'm a computer science teacher. I'm a computer science teacher. I'm a computer science educator. I work at a school ages 10 to 14, and I teach C# as an introductory programming course. And my students asked, "Hey, would you teach a Unity class?" They had seen that I had like fiddled around with Unity a little bit. The reason I'd used Unity in the past was because I had this like interest in C#. C# is, I think, is like kind of a beautiful language. So I had this interest in C#. Position P equals new position 1 1. And my students asked me, so this is interesting now that it's not showing. We're not getting errors now. But yeah, my students asked me to do it. Core does not contain okay, so here we go. The typer namespace core does not exist in the namespace Captain Coder. Okay, so now we're getting it in Unity. Good. That's what I wanted to have happen. Okay, what's interesting here is I shouldn't have to make it. Apollo says Unreal Engine is built on C. So Unreal Engine, you end up writing code in C++, and they like have, I think they have their own little scripting. I've actually never used Unreal. So let's start with, I've never used Unreal. I kind of want to explore it at some point. But C# is what Unity uses. And C# has just been, I've been wanting to learn C# for a long time, and I sort of started learning it in the last little less than 2 years at this point. All right, let's try something silly here. Captain Coder. I'm gonna put this here just to see. Unreal has a thing called blueprints. Yeah, that's what I was thinking of. Captain Coder test. Let's see if, oh, was I putting it in the wrong spot? Hang on, I might have been putting it in the wrong spot. Let's try this. I do. Oh, that's a good question. That's a good question. Let's take a look. Position captaincoder.core. Yeah. Did I spell it the same? Captain Coder. Let's just to make sure. Copy and paste. Yeah, so captaincoder.core here. Rave says, yeah, the decision really comes down if you would rather code in C++ or C# to pick between the two. Both have visual scripting if you need it. I think there's a lot of different reasons to choose between them. Unreal and Unity so Unity is just like a different framework. There's a lot of similarities. There's a lot of differences. I think there's probably lots of reasons to pick them both. That said, I've never used Unreal, so I don't know for sure. Okay. So that did not solve that. Dajeki, it's funny you say C# is a beautiful language because I said the same thing about it. I fell in love with C#. I'm not gonna lie. I'm in lust with C# right now. We'll see how long that lasts, but I think I'm in love with C#. And Immortal says, my decision came down to Unity having a 2D template and Unreal 5 didn't. Yeah, that's true. Unreal, I don't think, has a default setup for doing 2D stuff. A lot of the stuff I've done has been 2D. This one will be 2D. Okay, so here we go. I just got to look into this. Unity, add DLL to assembly. Add manage DLL to an assembly definition. I have a download of the model. This is super old. This is probably a on the admin check override reference in this. Okay, so there's a. All right, let's try this. I'm gonna delete this one here. And in our crafting system, Override references. Here we go. Override references. Lets us do assembly reference, captaincoder.dll. Okay, so there's an override reference here that we can click and do it. And we click apply. So we don't have DLLs as assemblies here, but if you override references, so I'm a little concerned by doing that, we're gonna lose access to some other stuff. Let us reload this window real quick. Oh! 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 Whoa! Clayman Dev, thank you so much for the raid, my friend. Holy moly, 21 viewers in this raid. Happy. Happy Tuesday, my friends. So happy to have you here. Clayman, for anyone who doesn't know. Attention all lurkers. Attention all lurkers. Please direct your attention to the chat. Please direct your attention to the chat. We have a very important guest in our presence. A very important person. Clayman Dev. Oh, not Clayman. Clayman. Clayman is an epic indie game developer working on a 3D physics-based superhero game. It's called Epic Game Hero. Epic Game Hero. You gotta go check it out. You gotta follow Clayman Dev. Real quick, everybody. In that chat, you see that little heart at the bottom, at the top of your chat? If that heart's green, that means you already love Clayman Dev. If it's not green, what are you waiting for? You gotta click it. Hey, you in the back. Pay attention. Pay attention. You in the back. Give Clayman Dev some love. Give Clayman Dev some love. Then after you do that, you gotta go. You gotta go click on that link. There's that link there to Epic Game Hero on Steam. You're gonna scroll on. Look at this. Look at this beautiful game. If you want a game where you shoot kamehamehas, however you. Whoa, that's exactly right. Kamehamehas. If you want a game where you shoot spirit bombs, where you're fighting an alien. Look at these guys. Do you want those guys to take over the planet? No, you don't. Because you love the planet. You love yourself. You're going to come in. You're going to be an epic hero. Physics-based game. Come on down here. Hit that wish list button. Click that wish list button. Hit it. What are you waiting for? What are you waiting for? The moon people are coming. The moon people volume's low. I'll have to crank it up. Sammy, thank you for letting me know that. But yeah, Clayman, thank you so much. Thank you so much for the raid, my friend. I appreciate it. We got 2 follows here. We got Kisuke Paz. Kisuke Paz. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the crew, Kisuke Paz. Let me know if I'm pronouncing that correctly or not. If I'm not pronouncing it correctly, Kisuke Paz, I'm so sorry. Let me know how you want me to pronounce it. I'll do my best. I want to get those names right, folks. And then we also got Fresh Meat. Fresh Meat followed. Fresh Meat, welcome to the crew. Welcome to the crew, Fresh Meat. How are you? Fresh Meat, thank you so much for following, my friend. Happy Tuesday, everybody. Thank you so much for being here today. For anyone who's new, for those of you who are new, what are we doing? What are we doing? We are doing our best. Welcome to Captain Coder's Academy, by the way. I am Captain Coder. Captain Coder is me, and Captain Coder is a computer science educator by trade. My job. I get paid to teach kids. It's fabulous. I love it. And I also love streaming. It's been a joy to stream here on the Twitch, on the YouTubes. If you have any questions, programming related or not, do not hesitate to ask. Do not. I repeat, I love your questions. Do not hesitate to ask. And backseat coding is, of course, welcome here. That's how we're here to learn. We're here to grow. We're here to grow as a crew. Get better at programming. Get better at life. Get better at being ourselves. Do not hesitate to backseat code, my friends. All right, so what are we doing? Let's get this. Let me show you this design document we have going on here. Our ultimate goal is to implement a crafting system in 7 days. 7 days. That's my goal. Whenever I do one of these things, I want to learn stuff. So what do I want to learn? I want to learn about scriptable objects. I've been avoiding scriptable objects in Unity, so one of my goals is to learn about them. I want to use DLLs in Unity. So that's another thing I want to learn about. We're doing that right now. We're in the middle of that. You see that little red line? That's because we don't know how to use DLLs yet. We're going to learn that. Then my next goal is to learn how to use the UI toolkit in play mode to do some fancy UI stuff. Try and make our lives easier. So these are the 3 things I'm hoping to learn about on this project. And in this project, we're going to implement a crafting system, and here's my scope. Because we only have 7 days, we've already used up one of the days. We're halfway through this day. I really am only going to have about 10, 12 hours. I'm going to be streaming probably 20 to 30 hours, something like that. 20 to 30 hours, something like that. Most of that time is, not most. A lot of that time is spent having a good old time chatting with you guys, enjoying ourselves. And so I put down here, I'm probably really going to be coding and working on this stuff for about 10 to 12 hours. And so this is the scope. This is the scope we're looking at. A crafting system could be massive. I could spend years on a crafting system, I suspect. But my goal is to build a crafting system in 7 days that I can use in other projects. Drop it in and use it. So my crafting system is going to work kind of like this. I'm going to have these grids that are 2-dimensional grids. They don't necessarily have to have all the spaces available. And you can drag items. You're going to be able to put items in these spots. And if those combination of items is a recipe, if it's part of our recipes, in the correct container, it will produce a new item. We're using what's called shapeless recipes. So in Minecraft, some of the recipes, it's like you got to put them in the right pattern. We're not going to do that. I don't want to implement that. Not going to happen. Not going to do it. Not going to happen. It's a lot like the Minecraft. The word shapeless recipe actually comes from Minecraft in my mind. So we're going to use shapeless recipes for Minecraft with different crafting containers. Different containers can craft different things. For example, a campfire would craft simple foods, but a stove might craft simple foods and advanced foods. A sewing kit might craft, you might be able to make some tailoring, make some clothes with it. The other thing I want to focus on is when I hit craft, I don't want, you can put arbitrary things inside of the crafting container. And we need to be able to figure out whether or not those combination things happens to be a recipe. And if they do happen to be a recipe, I don't want to have to loop through. I don't want to have to iterate through all the recipes in my entire project to see if we find it. So we got to come up with a quick way to find those recipes. So I had some ideas how to do this. I think we're going to do some dictionary work. We're going to learn a little bit about dictionaries to do that. So that is my goals. So for those of you who know, this is my goal. Here we go. We got some follows. Zender. Thank you for the follow. Zender, I'd like to welcome you. Zender, thank you for the follow. Zender, welcome to the crew. That song was terrible, folks. I'm so sorry for having to listen to that, terrible song. Zender, I'm so sorry your song was not better. But for having to live in that, 50 points to everybody. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry that you had to listen to that. We're going to try better here. We got Claire. Claire Burr. I'd like to welcome you, Claire. Claire Burr. I'd like to welcome you to the crew today. I'm so happy you are here, Claire. Claire Burr. I'd like to welcome you to the crew, my friend. Claire Bird, thank you so much for the follow. That one was a little bit better. It wasn't the best. I've had better songs. But Claire Bird, I'm so happy you're here. Happy Tuesday. I hope it's a beautiful day wherever you happen to be in the world. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, whatever time it happens to be for you. Welcome aboard. Welcome to the crew. I'm so glad you are here today. So we are doing the following. I am trying to write a library. It's like my Captain Coder Core library here. Captain Coder Core is going to be the code. It's going to be code that is, I'm going to use it in lots of different projects. So I've defined this position thing multiple times. And the cool thing here is we define it as this record struct. We can do this because we're outside of Unity, and I can specify that I want to use language 11. I'm still compiling to .NET Standard 2.1, which is what Unity uses. Unity wants us to use. So hopefully this works. We've built this DLL. we've added it into our project here. And we're trying. So we got this libs craft encoder here. We added this DLL. And we are doing our best. We're trying to get our crafting system to locate it. So we said craft encoder to DLL. Oh, I put that there. This needs to be in our crafting system tests. All right, so we're gonna override references. Override references. Cool. This is gonna be our craft encoder DLL. All right, and then we have to hit apply. And we're gonna see if we can get this in here. So this is gonna be super cool. I'm super excited to see if this record struct stuff works. And it should because it's still compiling. Oh folks, let's reload this. See if, I'm so excited. I hope you can feel the excitement in the air. It's bubbling up. The excitement's bubbling up inside me because I've been wanting to do this for a while now. And it's looking like it's gonna happen. Can I do, here's the thing. So I got this position here. I can do assert true key dot row is double equals to 1. So we type 1, that's because my equal key is next to my 1 key. Let's run this test. I'm so excited, folks. I don't know if you realize how it's hard to contain this excitement right now. I know it may not seem it because I'm just a little box in it. Smab, my friend. So let's see, we got Smab, MMO Pug, and there was one other person that helped me with this. Smab, MMO Pug, and who else showed me that I was using, I need to use lang in my definition. I was doing language version, but it was lang version. Smab, MMO Pug, and nameless coder. All of you guys, Smab, 50 points. MMO Pug, 50 points, and Nameless Coder for your contributions to society, folks. You guys have just contributed greatly to society, to all endeavors. I'm like, whoa. This is gonna change my life. This is changing my life. Okay, so one thing that is a little bit tricky here is if I change this code, I need that library to update here. And so I kind of need to do like a post build. After I build, it needs to transfer that file over there. And I know I can do that. I can have it run some scripts afterwards. So we're gonna see if we can do that. I don't remember exactly that. CS proj post build event. How do you build events in MS build projects? Yeah. So there's a post build event. Now you feel the pain when you go back to coding directly in Unity. I know, Smab. I feel, I code in C# outside of Unity every day almost. And I do feel the pain when I go back into Unity. So we want to post build here. All right, so item definition here. We're gonna do a post build. All right, so we can do a post build event, and we're gonna copy this DLL. So every time we build, we gotta copy that DLL over to our project. So we gotta get this right. So this is gonna be RPG crafting system, assets, libs. So this is where we have to copy it. And so copy, I need to get these right. Here. Copy, projector configuration, target file name. So this whole thing, I'm not 100% sure about. And putting it directly here is a little bit awkward, but I'm gonna do it anyway. Making, copying DLL to Unity project. We're gonna give this a shot here. I kind of got to look up what each one of these things means. Command copy, and I could do this. Bin. We're on Windows. I gotta do this, I think, debug. And really, I should probably not do it in debug net standard 2.1. So I'm following, this is the path I'm seeing up here. And then captain coder.dll. And then we're gonna do something dumb for now, and then maybe we'll fix it later if we need to. So it should be .. slash. I gotta put double quotes. There's gonna be a space in my folder name. .. slash RPG crafting system slash assets slash libs slash captain coder.dll. So my goal is to copy it there. So let me see, does copy command work here? CP. All right, so I might actually have to do it this way if I'm in bash. I'm really curious if this is gonna work this way. Smith, I would create a script at the command line to build and copy rather than specifying it in the project file. But every time I build, I want it to automatically do it. So you're right. So this is me saying like, oh, this is a little bit. Oh, but then I can make. All right. You're right. Smab, you're right. You're right. Thank you for challenging me on this one. You are correct. We're gonna create a new file. We're gonna call this build.sh. And you know what we're gonna do? This is gonna do .NET build. Sammy says spaces and folder name sounds bad to me. Yeah, that would be a Unity thing. Unity put them in there when I made the project because I wanted the project to have spaces in its name, so I shouldn't have done that. It had to do when I did new project, I put spaces in the project name and it made that folder with those spaces. So don't blame me, blame society. .NET build. And then this is gonna do a CP. What's interesting is if this fails, oh no, it won't happen. All right, so we're gonna say that this is a bin bash script. .NET build. Smooth says you can still specify the folder. It should be in wrong with spaces and folders. Yeah, I don't think there's anything wrong. You just got to remember to use it. That said, I prefer folders without spaces in them. I do prefer folders without space in them. Debug net standard 2.1. Oh, this is interesting. Could I have? Does Windows support linked files? Could I just do a link to it? That probably won't work. That probably won't work well. All right, so this is gonna be captain coder.dll 2 .. slash slash RPG crafting system assets libs captain coder.dll. Moon says yes, you can do linked files in Windows. Just avoid creating a folder with a space at the end. That's nasty and hard to get rid of. Yes. Dajiki. I'm not sure how you say it, but I think it's Dajeki. I thank you for the follow. Dajeki. Welcome to the crew. Dajeki, thank you so much for the follow, my friend. Happy Tuesday to you. I hope you're doing fabulous. I'm doing fabulous. I'm happy to have you here. I'm happy you are here in Captain Coder's Academy. If you have any questions, do not hesitate to ask. Yeah, I was thinking I might do a link. So Apollo, a linked file. So I work on Linux a lot. A linked file, I would do something like, so I think you do links. I don't think you can do symbolic links. What I really want is like a symbolic link. ln-s. Then so rather than having to copy this over, it'll just look for that file and link it. If in Windows, let me ask, if I do a linked file, does it automatically update? Here, let's try it. So ln .. we gotta go all the way back up. We gotta go up. .. slash captain coder bin debug net standard captain coder.dll here. Failed to create hard link. All right, captain coder like this. I do this. This creates a link to the file. So the idea when you do a linked file is when that file changes, it should change in both places. Moon says yes, you can do linked files in Windows. DigiX says I think they can leak. It's under the file in another location that can be accessed from the link code. You are very welcome. Your energy coding is actually pretty phenomenal. I'm glad you enjoy it. I'm glad. I'm having so much fun. I hope you guys can see how much fun I have. It's kind of like a shortcut link like that. Yeah. So now if I come over here, let's see what happens. If I do ls-laf. So I want to do symbolic. I don't think you can do symbolic links on Windows is the thing. So if I change this file, if I build, so let's change position. Let's change it to have an int third. We're gonna just give it a third one here, just to try out. So .NET build. I'm not running my build script. The current work. Oh, hang on. Let's exit here. And it might be new in the new version. What's the difference between a link versus a symbolic link? You don't actually have a copy of the file. Of a true link, it's like actually a copy of that whole file. So you have two versions of the file. When one changes, when the one that you're linking to changes, it automatically puts it in those places. A symbolic link, it says, oh, it's like a pointer. You can think of it as a pointer. If you know what a pointer is in programming, it's a lot more like a pointer. My question is, if I do this .NET build, is Unity going to recognize that that file changed? It doesn't. It doesn't. So that link didn't work the way I thought it would. So I'm, just so I don't waste too much time, I'm going to do the following. If I do this, this is going to have a .bash build, and this is should give me an error here. Cannot copy regular file, no such file. It does create symbolic links. That said, I don't think this updated. But if it did, yeah, because I feel like it would have recompiled in Unity if it did. Properties are the wrong thing. Let me get a second terminal here. Control-Shift-tilde. So we have two terminals. This one's an RPG crafting kit. Unicoder, that's a good utility. SMAB, make link, it does create symbolic or hard links. That's cool. So I guess the new version of Windows 10, when I say new version, Windows 10 is not that new. For what it's worth, I haven't used Windows all that much until I started working at the school I'm at now. So the school I was working at, previously it was a Mac only school. And so I did a lot of work on Linux and then kind of learned Mac. Before that, I was basically Linux only. Did very little stuff on Windows. I'm at a school now where it's bring your own device, and at least 50%, I think it's probably closer to 75% of students have Windows computers. And so I have 3 different setups where I sort of play around and learn how to use them all. Windows is the one I'm weakest on, and so that's why I use Windows so much. Yes, man, so I think I'm gonna avoid the linkages. I think I'm not gonna do the links here. Instead, I'm going to, I have a dot here, so there's a problem here anyway. I'm gonna remove the DLL here, and instead, I'm gonna do it this way. Anytime I build, I gotta make sure I do bash build. It copies it there, so this got a new version of it. So this is gonna build, we're gonna get errors now. Shill art, I like your name, Shill art. Shill art. Thank you for the follow, Shill art. I hope you're not here to shill your art, but if you are, we have a place for that on the Discord. If you would like to shill your art, we do have a Discord, my friend. Feel free to join in. If you'd like to shill your art, we have a spot just for you. Just for you on the Discord. We got this art. Feel free to shill your art here. This is where all the art shilling happens. If you got a game you'd like to shill, boom, we got a game forum for that. If you got music you'd like to shill, we got a forum, we got a spot for that. If you want to shill other stuff, we got self-promotion, we got MISC. Ooh, everyone look at this. Code Red Games, new Goblin art. You gotta check this out. You gotta, look at that Goblin art. Look at that Goblin art. Beautiful. That looks awesome. Did you guys know Code Red Games? Do you know Code Red Games? Do you know the Muffin Man? The one on Jerry Lane? No, Code Red Games, folks. You gotta follow Code Red Games. If you're not following Code Red Games is making a game called Rogueblight. Amazing game developer, super awesome stream. I love hanging out there. horrifying 2D solo game. It's hard. It's hard. If you like a game that chews you up, spits you out, and it asks you for more, this is a game for you. Get your butt kicked. Epic side-scrolling action. 2D fighting. 2D fighting. It's good stuff. Gotta go follow some Code Red games. Code Red games, folks. Give them a follow. You know you want to. You know you want to. Unicoder says, ChatGPT suggests Unity does not monitor external changes to linked files because Unity only loads the linked file once and stores a copy. So I don't want to do that anyway. Unity refresh file managing in the project mode, reimport sounds reasonable. I'm just going to run it and copy it over. Hellraiser says, I'm on difficulty 29 after last night. I'm on difficulty 3. I'm on difficulty 3 in Roguelite. If you guys want to get a copy of the early access Roguelite, you just got to hang out in Code Red Games. Code Red Games channel points, you can get yourself a copy. All right, so I believe this is gonna fail if I try and do bash build again. Oh, it didn't. Hang on, let's try this. Let's change this here. I thought the copy was gonna tell me that the file already existed. Right, so let's change it back, do my bash build, I come over here. Come on over here. Cool, so this is gonna, so anytime I make changes here, I just gotta make sure I run bash build to get the changes over in here. Awesome, folks. This is like, I'm gonna add this to our items to-do list because this was super cool. 0. Play around, figure out how to use DLL in Unity. Boom, we did it, folks. We did it, folks. This is a glorious moment for me. I've been wanting to do this for quite some time. I'm super happy we did it. We figured it out, how to use DLLs. Thank you all for being here to witness this momentous occasion, folks. All of you are gonna get 50 points. 50 points to all of you. We did it. We done diddled it, folks. We made it happen and we got it working. We got our crafting system test here. All right, I'm super happy with this. I can use, all right, so this is awesome. This is awesome. I'm so excited. Shiny Games, MMO Pug with that PogChamp. You know what that means. You know what that means. We got a woe chain started, folks. We just need a couple more PogChamps. Whoa. There it is, folks. We did it. Thank you all for participating in that. I'm glad you find it as entertaining as I do. Okay. So we have our position here. And now in our crafting container, we can replace all of these with position. This will be position from. I love this because I can reuse that between my projects super easily. From and to. I can reuse it in my projects by just taking that DLL and dropping it in. I'm going to move it to its own repository soon. I'm not going to do that on stream right now. I'm going to move it to its own repository, and then we can just basically, you can make it sort of a sub-repository that you add to any project. It's going to be great. It is going to be fantastic. Try remove. It's going to be position, position. All right, no reason to name this poorly, position. Like that. All right. So our crafting container, we can add an item, add a position. These are the 3 cases we have to watch out for. Can move things at various positions. You can swap them around. And then we can remove them as well. And so try remove. I'm going to make this do an out T removed. Okay, so this method, I'm going to make all these try methods, I think. This one doesn't have to be try, because if it can't do it, it will just, nothing happens. This one returns true. So the idea is this reports true if there was a change. Again, this reports true if the item was able to be added. And so something we might consider is some kind of result type that gives us a little bit more information. It'll give us error information. I'm not sure if I care that much about it. So when you go to add an item, if you can't put it there, it might be nice to get a little error message that says why, but not crash. That said, maybe we should do it as an exception. I'm not sure. What do people think? What do people think about that? Would that be a this one's removed to be set to something, so it's an out variable. Removed equals default. Like that. What do we think about that? In my mind, this is sort of like, you know, when you just get a Boolean saying whether or not this action works. It'd be try add item. When we add an item, if there's something else in that space, you kind of want to swap. So in my mind, if you add to an empty space, this is the happy path. It just works. Oh, one thing that's missing, we want sort of like a you know, item at position. Is there something at position? So rather than just removing, we want to like a something that lets us look into a position as well. So we might have something that says public T item at position. And this is sort of like a index into this. This would be like your array index. Maybe we make crafting container indexable by a position. What do we think of that? Could be indexable. That would be a fun little exercise as well. Item at, I kind of like, and this is gonna give us back a T. And it'll throw an exception if you're not, if it's invalid. And then similar, we'd have like, you know, public bool has item at position. And then oftentimes, if you want to do these things together, you'd have a public bool try item at position with an out T result. Like this. This is often something that you want to do in an if statement here. So result will be equal to default by default. But if there's something there, we get it. So I think this is sort of the interface we want. This is sort of like the quote unquote API we would want to have for our crafting container. The one thing I'm missing is our crafting container should have a constructor for it. And the constructor sort of specifies the shape of the container. So it's going to sort of have like an int rows, int height, and what else? Int rows, int height. It's going to need to know the types of things it can make. So this would be crafting a recipe categories. All right, so these are the things it can make. Then we kind of, you know, so int rows, int height, and then the categories it can make. So this is like, maybe this is width and height. So I did rows and heights. I meant rows and columns, width and height. Some crafting containers will have spots that you can't actually put things into. And so we might also want to include here as an optional IEnumerable position, what do we call this? Blank spaces or invalid positions. I think I like that. And we'll make this by default null. Is that an okay thing to do? We'll make it null by default. Or no. What I'll do, if I make it null by default, I can use that information. Yeah, we make it null by default, and so we only use this if it is provided. Maybe this should be a set. No, this should be a hash set of positions. We'll do an IEnumerable of positions, and internally we'll turn it into a hash set. We would let them give us anything they want. Yeah, I think I like that. And then this allows us to, this becomes an optional argument. We want to assert that our width and height. All right, so using system.diagnostics, we're going to debug.assert that width is greater than 0 and height is greater than 0. We don't want crafting containers that are smaller than that. We don't want crafting containers that have negative size, right? 0 size also. You need a crafting container has to have at least one hole to put a thing. You need at least one hole to put a thing if you're going to be able to craft stuff. Crafting container must contain must have a positive size, or maybe we just say invalid crafting container size, and then we do width, height. This is an error message that we'd like to be able to see here. So the question, sometimes I ask is, should I throw an exception here? If I do a debug.assert, we just get the error message while we're building things out. Since it's an external library, should I do debug.assert or throw an exception? I'm expecting this to be used elsewhere. When to use debug.assert versus exception. What is the recommended? Debug.assert versus throwing an exception. 4 years ago, I've read plenty of articles about how and when to use assertions, and I understood them well, but still I don't understand what kind of motivation should drive me to use debug.assert instead of throwing a plain exception. That's sort of where I'm at here. I sort of use the both somewhat interchangeably. So I understand that debug.assert sort of will log it, but the program keeps running. So anyway, let's see. It should always be possible to produce a test case let's read this whole sentence. Though I agree that your reasoning is plausible, that is, if an assertion is violated unexpectedly, it makes sense to halt execution by throwing. I personally would not use exceptions in place of assertion. Here's why. As others have said, assertions should document situations that are impossible in such a manner that if the allegedly impossible situation comes to pass, the developer is informed. Exceptions, by contrast, provide a control flow mechanism for exceptional, unlikely, or erroneous situations, but not impossible situations. Oh. That's an interesting way to think about it. For me, the key difference is this. It should always be possible to produce a test case which exercises a given throw statement. If it is not possible to produce such a case, then you have a code path in your program which never executes, and it should be removed as dead code. It should never be possible to produce a test case which causes an assertion to fire. If an assertion fires, either the code is wrong or the assertion is wrong. Either way, something needs to change. That's why I would not replace an assertion with an exception. The assertion cannot actually fire. Then replacing it with an exception means you have an untestable code path in your program. I like that. So it's saying that if you should use an exception if it's technically possible to write that code. An assertion is something that should never happen. So I think in this case, this should be, if we're following that rule, this should throw an exception. So in this case, this should throw a new I need to use using system. This should throw a new argument exception like this. Okay. So there's like this minor downside is that runtime we still make this check. But technically we could pass in invalid values outside of this class owner. The assertions are things that just should never be possible. That's an interesting thought. It should never be possible to produce a test case which causes an assertion to fire. Okay, that seems reasonable. Does anyone disagree with that? I'd be curious what other people's thoughts on that are. Jeff says, what if height is -1 and width is 2? So if height is -1, this should be not. This should say if less than 1 and height is less than 1. This should be an or. All right, so I had this wrong because I was doing the assertion before saying this is what should be true. Now I'm saying what cases should not be possible. Jibster, thank you for pointing that out. I almost I almost botched that. So the Jibster, for your contributions, my 10, 50 points to you. 50 points. So if the width is less than 0, so in this case, if width is 2, height's -1, this exception will happen. Can't have it. Don't need it. Not gonna happen. Not gonna allow it. We're gonna throw us an exception. Okay. I would have found it in the unit test either way. That's true. That's true. Okay, so we're just not gonna allow this. I am gonna say you need at least one category. So I'm gonna also do categories.count. Categories dot. We gotta use link here. Using system.link. Let's get that system.link in here. Categories dot count. I don't want to do count. I want it has like is not empty. Any. Can I do an is not any and just make this be a true? So this one. Let me look at that. Link, check, not empty. Links and where string value is not empty. Link or I enumerable, check if empty. How to check if an item is empty? I love is null or empty. It would be much better to do is any. Yeah, so I think using link syntax, I think this will work. We'll write a test to make sure this works. So, if I could do the following too, I could do .count. Count I don't like. So if count is less than 1, this is essentially what I do. Yeah. So I think if I do an any on it, it's gonna actually go over the whole thing. Throw new argument exception. Crafting container requires at least one recipe category. I actually think I want to rename recipe category. I think I'm gonna do name of recipe category. I might change the name of this class. And I'm gonna change the name. I think this should be called crafting category. I think that's a better name for it than recipe category. It's a crafting category. Zender says, I think any should be faster than count. I think in many cases you're right. It should use the underline enumerable. So if I happen to be a list, count will be immediate. But if I'm not using it, if I'm using like something that yields, count will be slow because it has to iterate over the whole thing. Here's the thing, I want to check it that this has at least one thing in it. One. If I use any, so this will get me back to the very first thing. All right, so if I do any like this, but let me think about this. Crafting any, if any are true, so if there's anything in this, this will be true. And so I want it to be not any. Let's write a test. I want to write a little, I'm curious about that. Yeah, I'm a little curious about that. I just started, so is this dumb? What do people think about doing this? Name of crafting. Why doesn't it like that? Use generic type. I have to give it a generic type. I'm gonna ignore that. I kind of like this in case I change the name of the class. I don't know if that's actually something I like. I think this will work. So it's saying if any are true, this will be true. And so if this is false, so if there's nothing in here, this should be false, but I'm not 100% sure if that's how that works. Let's go look in our we'll write a test and we'll see if that ends up being the case. And then invalid positions, if invalid positions is null. All right, cool. So inside of this, we're gonna have some internal private fields. Internally, we're gonna represent this as an array of t's. So it's gonna be an array of t's. Mooney says, India is fast for iNumeral, yes, but for anything with length of count, iList count is way faster. Claire says, I gotta get a nap. Enjoy your nap, Claire. Thank you so much for being here, my friend. Have yourself a beautiful day. As always, keep coding, keep growing. Be the best you. Be the best you can be. And you are welcome back anytime, Claire. Happy to have you here. Looking forward to seeing you again soon. So my question, Moon, is if this IEnumerable is empty, does this return true or false? It should return false if it's empty. Is that correct? I think it will. Kamakuri, welcome to the crew. Kamakuri, welcome aboard. Welcome to the crew. Kamakuri. I'm so happy you are here, it's true. Comic Corey, thank you so much for the follow, my friend. Happy Tuesday to you. Welcome aboard. Welcome to Camping Coders Academy. Lunas, can you not do category.any without an expression? That's a good question. Really what I want is empty. I want an is empty. Is there an empty? Yeah. So yeah, I kind of want to do, yeah, well, I just want a single. Some take, to list, to lookup, union, where, zip. Yeah, so I'm gonna go with any here. Maybe we find a better solution later. This is one of the best parts about writing a test, is if we end up changing this for our test, if we test these exceptions, then we're good to go. If any category, I think I'm gonna leave it with this for now. I should verify that works. All right, so internally, we're gonna have a two-dimensional arrays of t question marks. So this is gonna be nullable t's, where null is gonna represent that there's nothing there, and if there's something there, it's gonna have a value. So normally you don't want to work with nulls, but in this explicit case, I'm gonna work with nulls. I'm gonna make this since it's private, no one has to deal with it but me. No one has to deal with it but me. The annotation for nullable relationship type should only be used in code with nullable. Interesting. Maybe I can't do that. I want to do it. I'm gonna call this grid. Sammy, have a beautiful day, my friend. Remember that you are welcome back anytime to the crew. Sammy, have a beautiful day. Have a beautiful day. Sammy, thank you so much for being here. Have a beautiful day, my friend. Keep coding, keep growing, keep being the best you can be. And you are welcome back anytime, my friend. You are welcome back anytime. Apparently I can't do a T question mark like this. Really disappointing. Strange. I'm surprised by this. Can I do nullable? Is that a thing I can do? Can be simplified. What's the quick fix? We need to code with a nullable annotations context. That's really funny. I do nullable t. The type t must be a nullable value in order to use the parameter. Can't you put this on? All right. We're gonna make it a type t. We're gonna make it a type t here. That's fine. That's fine. That's fine. We'll deal with it when we get to it. It turns out we'll do so. All right, one second. Grid equals new t of I like to do row column, so I'm gonna do height, width, like this. I'm gonna rename these. Actually. Let's go back in time. I know this drives some people nuts, but I need to do row column for my own sanity. Let's columns, rows, and I'm just gonna do rows. I want to give us rows and columns to start. Columns. Size, columns, rows. Okay. So this should have this many rows, this many columns, like this. And can I do grid at 0, 0 equals null? I can't because T happens. So T, because it could be a non-null value. That's so stupid. Yeah. Music child, music child, welcome to the crew, welcome to the crew, welcome to the crew. Music child, welcome to the crew. Music child, thank you so much for the follow, my friend. Happy Tuesday to you. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you happen to be in the world. The captain welcomes you. Welcome to Captain Coders Academy, where we are learning and growing together. I am a computer science educator. I teach computer science in schools. If you have any questions, programming related or otherwise, do not hesitate to ask. I am more than happy to entertain them, but just keep them clean. PG. I want this to be a fun, family friendly stream. If you wanted, if a dad or a mom or an uncle wanted to watch this with their child, nephew, niece, anyone, I would love for that to be the case. I'd love for everyone to be learning and growing together. And just so you know, backseat coding is absolutely welcome here. This is really annoying. Part of me is like, well, I'm just gonna use a dictionary then. A music child says, hey, thanks for the song. I'm learning coding myself. Fabulous. You're in a good spot. We are learning to code. We're learning to do it together here. So be sure to ask questions. Lots of questions. I love your questions. Bring them on. Bring them on. I'll be happy to entertain them. But happy to have you. All right. So in this case, okay. So then we're gonna have in here a private read-only hash set of position. Invalid positions is going to be this needs to be an underscore. We're going to say invalid positions is equal to, and we're going to say if invalid positions is null, we're just going to do a new hash set. We're just going to give it an empty hash set. Otherwise, we're going to do invalid positions.toHash set. We're going to turn this into a hash set otherwise. So this is going to keep track. If we want to have any invalid position, we can pass them in here. Categories, private. Again, I want to have a hash set of crafting category. This is going to be categories. Once again, we're just going to do categories is equal to the arguments being passed into a hash set here. Okay. And part of me thinks that, we want some properties of these. So I'm missing my interface here for interaction with my crafting should be able to give me back this information about how we can do it. Does it make more sense? It's two-dimensional, but does it make more sense maybe to have a dictionary from position to a type T? Maybe I want that. Maybe that's what I want. I'm not sure. Can I please do nullable here? I want nullable. Because now I have to keep track of which positions are occupied. This is why I'm thinking a dictionary might be better. Dictionary might be better. Gus! Ah! Welcome to the crew, I said, Gus! Ah! How are you? Gus, thank you so much for the follow, my friend. Happy Tuesday. Happy Tuesday, welcome to the crew. If you have any questions, do not hesitate to ask, and backseat coding is encouraged here. You know what, I'm gonna go for it. I'm gonna do a dictionary from position to T's. That way I don't have to deal with the nullability of this. All right, I'm gonna do dictionaries of positions to type T's, and this is gonna be my grid. And we're gonna use width and height to represent stuff here. So we gotta keep track of our width and height as well. So private int rows, private int calls. I don't need that like this. I can actually just make this an auto property. We're gonna make those auto properties. So it's gonna be public int rows. It's gonna be a get. Public int columns. We want to be able to specify the number of rows, the number of columns here. We're gonna do rows is equal to rows, columns is equal to columns, columns. And then we sort of, we have our invalid positions here. We're gonna keep track of those. And by default, there's nothing in our grid. I'm gonna initialize our grid. Grid equals new dictionary from positions to our values. And then we can get, we just know our rows are columns, and then we need to know our invalid positions. And what do people think? Maybe I'll do both. Public, yeah, maybe I'll do both here. We're gonna say public, IEnumerable. We'll just do a hash set, actually. Hash set seems like the correct thing to do for position. Invalid positions. And this is gonna make a copy of our hash set, so we can't edit it outside. To hash set. It's gonna make a copy of that. And I want the inverse of that. I wanna have a hash set of, do I want a hash set or do I want to, maybe I have an enumerable that enumerates, yeah, IEnumerable position, positions. This could be really useful to have. I'm thinking about, this could be useful to have when you go to draw this thing, being able to say, oh, give me the positions, and the positions are gonna give me back a positions and T's. So all of the positions that are occupied, it's gonna give you back T or null. Should we, or am I thinking too far ahead? So we can add, if we know the rows, we know the columns, we go through and we can say, as item. This could be really useful to have, actually. I think this is really, really useful to have. Positions like this. Yeah. But do I want it to also, this is where that nullable thing is driving me crazy. In this case, we would do our grid dot or pairs. Is there not a entry set? We could do it this way. We can make a getter, and we say for each position T item in grid, yield return position item. We can do that. This doesn't return unoccupied spots. And I think that might be okay. We can use row columns to like initialize a grid, and we loop through and we pull out the things and we render them that way. I think that's how I'm gonna do this. I think I like this interface here. Okay. So now that we have this, let's write a unit test for this. Let's write a unit test for my constructor. So shapeless recipe test. We want to go to crafting container test. And we're going to do test crafting test constructor. Test constructor. Like this. And pull this off to the side so I can have it here with it. And we can just look at what the constructor looks like as I'm working on it. It's been 75 minutes since our last break. Holy moly, folks. The time just evaporates. Did anyone else feel like that time just evaporated? You know, time flies when you're having fun coding. So we gotta, let's see if we can get this test written. And so our constructor looks like this. And so we are gonna say, okay, so if I do crafting container of type item, container is equal to a new crafting container. We're gonna give it a width and a height of 2. Let's do 2, 3, just so we can check those different values. I have to give it some categories, and then I have to give it some invalid position. So we're just gonna go with a simple, okay, yeah. Test constructor 2 by 3. All right, so in this case, we're gonna say, you know, crafting category. I'm gonna write a helper constructor. All right, so sometimes I might only want to have to specify one category. That's probably gonna be most of the time, but I'm gonna write a helper here: int rows, int columns, crafting category, and then put, you know, we'll keep this in here as an optional argument as well, and we're just gonna forward this information along to, so you can do this. All right, so we can do colon this, and this is just call an alternative constructor. The alternative constructor is gonna be rows, columns, and I'm just gonna wrap this category in an array. I'm gonna do category here in an array, and I think I have to do one more little thing there, an invalid positions like this. And so I think I have to specify that I need it to be a new crafting category array. Can I convert from Rosie? All right, so I did rows there. All right, so I know for sure I can do that. Can I do this? No, I do have to put new array here and pass it in. And so this is just gonna be an alternative constructor there. And the body of this one's empty. It just says do this one. What is this complaining about? Method must return crafting category. Okay, there we go. So I have this alternative constructor that's gonna call this one on our behalf. And so now down here, I can just do crafting, you know, new crafting category would work like this. All right. So container equals new, and then we give it a new crafting category would work like this. When we construct this thing, we're gonna do some assertions. Assert dot r equal to. And these tests might feel really dumb, and they kind of are, but you'd be surprised how often you write a dumb mistake like this. You would catch it somewhere else as well. Assert dot r equal. And there's gonna be an interesting thing here. I need my crafting categories to have an equality specified on them. Tramok says, unit tests are dumb. Gotcha, Captain. I gotcha. Unit tests aren't dumb. I was saying that it's amazing how this test might feel dumb, but it's amazing how often you might get these mixed up and then be confused later. Whereas this is going to tell you exactly where you botched it. Exactly where you botched it. Crafting category would work. So there's something here. Clipped and chipped. Thank you, Dramox. Thank you, Dramox. I appreciate you catching me there. Rafe says, why spend 2 hours writing unit tests when you can spend 12 hours debugging? That's true. That's true. You get to code more. If you don't write unit tests, you get to code more. You get to logic through things a lot more. Container. This one's gonna fail. Craft. Oh, do I not have categories here? Crafting. I need to put a categories in here. Public. IEnumerable crafting categories, and this I'm just going to do categories categories. I don't want to be able to modify the internal, so I think I'm going to do .2. Can I do 2 enumerable 2? That's okay. We'll do this for now. it might make sense to make this an actual slow enumeral. Dremel says, or why write bugged code in the first place? That's fair. That's fair. You know, maybe I should just don't write bugs. Categories. All right. So really, we want to check. Oh, this should just return a hash set. This should return a hash set. And this will be .to hash set. Make a copy. Makes sense. This should absolutely be a hash set. So we can do the following. We're going to assert .true that new hash. We'll do it up here. Expected hash set of crafting category. I got it. Categories, expected categories is equal to a new hash, and we're going to say that this should be one of the new crafting category would work like that. Semicolon at the end, and we're going to say that we're expecting crafting categories to do a set equals against our container dot categories. Those two things should be the same. What else do we got to assert here? Invalid position should be empty. All right, so assert dot r equals 0 container dot invalid positions dot count is 0. Assert dot, and we should have nothing in our enumerable. Our enumerable should have 0 things in it. Dot r equal 0 container dot positions dot count should be 0. So this is our very, very simple test constructor 2x3, like that. I think this one's gonna fail. I'm gonna move these up. So I think these ones should pass. This one's gonna fail. I'm fairly certain because crafting category. Maybe it will pass because it's a struct. I don't know. We haven't defined how equality and hash work on it. So part of me thinks that is gonna be a strange issue. But let's run some tests. Let's see how we did in the test runner. We got a test here, run it. It passes. Okay, so that's good. So structs, maybe I don't have to implement EQ if there's nothing special. It's just checking the equality of the strings at the end of the day. I'm new to using structs in C#. So if I did it as a class, I absolutely would have to write an equality check. Cool. Osmodium, I'd like to welcome you. Osmodium, I'm sorry that my singing is so bad. Osmodium, thank you for the follow, my friend. Happy Tuesday to you. Welcome aboard. Welcome to Captain Coder's Academy. I appreciate you being here. I hope you're enjoying yourself. As I like to say, others will know I say this a lot. Welcome aboard. Captain Coder is me. I am Captain Coder, and Captain Coder is a computer science educator. I teach computer science, I teach programming. I'm trying to create a community for learning and growing. Do not hesitate to ask questions. Backseat coding is absolutely encouraged. We're learning and growing together. I won't promise to always have an answer. The only thing I would say is keep it PG. I want this to be a family-friendly stream, folks. I know we're on Twitch. It's not the most family-friendly website out there, but I want to make a family-friendly environment, family-friendly place to be. So feel free to ask questions, programming related or otherwise. I'll do my best to answer, and backseat coding helps us all learn and grow. Music Child says, are structures in C# different than the ones in C++? I believe they're a little bit different. I also am not a C++ expert. I'm not even, I'm way better at C# than I am at C++. I know enough about like programming, computer science theory programming to be able to answer very simple questions in C++. I do know that they're not very similar to structs in C at all. If structs in C++ and C are the same, then they're quite different. Structs in C# can have methods in them. The main thing is that a struct is a value type and a class is a reference type. So when you make a new one of these, it's created what's called the stack. And when you create a new object, a new class, when you construct a class, it creates it in what's called the heap, and you get a reference to it. Whereas this, you get the actual value. So when it's sort of like a copied value. I hope that made sense. If it didn't make sense, let me know. Feel free to ask clarifying questions. That said, we probably got to take a break here. It has been 85 minutes since our last break, folks. You know I don't like to go past 90 minutes. The Griglet is here, folks. The Griglet is here today. The Griglet, I'd like to welcome you to Captain Coder's crew. The Griglet, thank you so much for the follow, my friend. Happy Tuesday. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you happen to be in the world. Thank you for the follow, my friend. I'm so happy to have you here. If you have any questions, do not hesitate to ask. I'll do my best to answer them. I can't promise always have an answer. Keep them friendly, keep them PG. And if you want to do some backseat coding, you're welcome to do so. That said, I gotta take a break. I'm out of bean water, folks. My bean water's empty here. We got no bean water left. There's no bean water in this cup. I need to fuel up, folks. I'm actually gonna make myself some tea. I'm all full up on the bean water, I think. I'm gonna go take myself a break. I'm gonna chug a little bit more water. I haven't drinking enough water. I gotta stay hydrated, folks. So one of the things that I do, if you're new here, when we get back, we're gonna do some stretches. We're gonna take care of our bodies. I love you, you should love you, and if you love you, you gotta take care of that body. So when we get back, we're gonna do some stretches. So get the family all together, get them in the room, get your roommates. If they're not there with you, call them up, say, hey mama, we're gonna do some stretches with the captain. Here's the URL, send them that URL, and then we're gonna do some stretches when we get back, folks. That said, I gotta step away just for a minute. 3 minutes. As much time it takes me to boil some water. We'll be back. We will be back. All right, folks, the captain's back. I'm sorry I kept you hanging there. I hope your hands, I hope your fingers, I hope those fingerlings don't hurt too much from squeezing too tight and hanging on to whatever you're hanging on there while you was waiting for me. But I'm back. The captain's back. And we have a very important thing here. Banil, thank you for the follow. Banil, welcome to the crew. You are here, you're among us at Captain Coder's Academy, and I would like to welcome you. Banil, thank you so much for the follow, my friend. Happy Tuesday to you. I hope that's how I pronounce your name. If I'm pronouncing it wrong, do not hesitate to correct me. I want you to feel welcome. Do you feel welcome? If you don't feel welcome, let me know. I'd like to welcome you to the crew, my friend. If you did not know, Captain Coder, that's me. I'm Captain Coder. Captain Coder is a computer science educator. I teach computer science and programming at a school for students ages 10 to 14, but I also like to teach people outside of that range as well. So if you have any questions, do not hesitate to ask. I'd be happy to entertain those questions. Just all I ask is keep it family friendly. Keep it family friendly, my friend. And backseat comes encouraged. That said, we just got back from a break. I got myself here this cup of scalding hot water. I can't drink it, it's too hot. Inside of this cup is this tea bag, this Earl Grey tea bag, all right? And this tea's not ready, it's got a steep here. We need some steepage. Some steepage before this tea is ready for consumption. And while we wait, the captain loves you. You in the back, hey. You in the back, pay attention. Pay attention, the captain loves you, everybody. It's time. It's time to get some stretching in. The captain loves you, you should love you. And if you love you, you should love your body. And if you love your body, you gotta take care of that body. So everyone get on up. We're gonna do some stretches. We're gonna get some stretchage in. Get that blood flowing. If you're like me, if you're a coding troll, if you're a gaming troll, maybe you're a study troll because you're in college or high school or even middle school. Maybe you're in middle school and you're a troll hunched over at the table working all day, you're doing damage to yourself. It's amazing how much damage you can do to yourself if you're just sitting there living your sedentary lifestyle like the captain. And so the captain wants to encourage you to take good care of yourself. So everybody get on up. We're gonna do some stretches together. If you're sitting down, get on. If you don't want to stand up, that's okay too, but I highly encourage you to get on up. We're gonna do some stretching here. Take that arm, put it up over your head, grab the elbow, pull it across. We're stretching this muscle here, all along the side. You're gonna feel it here. If it hurts, you're doing it too hard. If it hurts, it's doing it too hard. But get that arm up. Get that arm up. Do it. Maybe this is as far as you can. That's okay. You want to get that extension here. Bring it back behind your head if you can. And if you're still not going to stretch, go ahead and lean your head back to really get it in there. Oh yeah, doesn't that feel good? Get up and move. That's right, Revere. Revere says, I can't believe you actually successfully making me get up and move. Look, it's contagious. You know you love your body, Revere. I love you. You should love your body. You should love you. Get up. Give it a stretch. All right. And release here. We're going to switch sides now. Bring that other arm up. Over. See if you can touch that back. Grab that elbow. Pull it across. Lean that head back. Lean that head back. Irish John says, I'm just fixated on that background. What background? It doesn't look like anything to me. Doesn't look like anything to me, John. Jern, I should say Jern. If you really want to get an extension, even lean into. Oh yeah. Oh, that's a good stretch, folks. That's a good stretch. Bring it back on up. Bring it back on. Release it. Oh yeah. Release it. We're gonna do some little waist stretches here. We're gonna go arms up at the side. Arms up at the side. We're gonna go back and forth. Nice. So don't go fast. You don't want to pull anything. If you're snapping back and forth, you're doing it wrong. If you're snapping back and forth, you're doing it wrong. You just want to get a nice. Oh yeah. Doesn't that feel lovely, folks? Doesn't that feel beautiful? Oh, if you want to get into it, just rotate on the ball of that foot as you come across. Do this just a little bit longer. A little bit longer. If you've been here before, you know what's coming next. You know what's coming next. We're gonna lean into it now, going from side to side. Like that. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. If you need to, pull that shirt down so you're not exposing that belly button to anyone. My camera happens to be high enough that I'm not exposing it to you, but I should probably pull this shirt down. Don't want to show you that belly button. No one wants to see that. Maybe someone wants to see it. But, let's be courteous. Let's be courteous to each other. Oh. Oh. Now we're going to go down and across. Lean into it. Bring it up. We're making crosses across. Lean into it. And up. And down. And up. And down. Let's make Richard Simmons happy and proud of us. All right? And down. And up. And down. Let's do two more. Up. And down. One more. Up. And down, folks. All right. All right. Thank you for joining me in that. Getting that blood going. Getting that blood going. Oh. Should feel lovely. I hope you feel lovely. Felt good to me. It felt good to me. Did it feel good for you? It felt great for me. I hope your blood's up and pumping. I hope you're feeling better. I hope you got up out of that chair and took care of yourself because you deserve it. You deserve it, folks. You deserve it. But we're gonna get back into coding now. See, look at this lovely herb water. Not bean water this time. This time we got herb water. And this herb water, it's ready. Oh. Make those cheeks nice and rosy. Oh, yeah. Well, it's a little too hot. It's still a little too hot to rub on my face, folks. But it's quite good. For taking care of yourself, for joining me in that stretch. You guys deserve it. 50 points to all of you. 50 points, all 49 of you. Holy moly, that's blowing my mind. That is blowing my mind. Real quick, folks, we have a couple very special people. Here in our chat right now. Before we get back to it, I want to take a moment just to recognize them real quick. I gotta do reset, break. There we go. I just want to take a moment right now. First one here, Mooniz, my man Mooniz is an incredible streamer. He's essentially taught me everything I know about Unity. He's been here since I started doing Unity stuff. And Mooniz, I could not have done this without you. Thank you so much for that. Mooniz is working on a Metroidvania game. You gotta follow him. You gotta check it out. He streams during my lunch break most times. And so great streamer to go check out. Hit that little heart. Hit that little heart. Moon is awesome stuff, folks. Give him a little heart. Give him some love. Oh, we might get a whoa chain going. Can we get a whoa? Can we get a whoa if we get enough of those? Come on. Can we get a whoa? A whoa chain has started, folks. Can we get a whoa? Come on. I believe in you. Do you believe in you? Let's get a whoa. Come on. I believe in you. I guess not enough people believe. Not enough people believe. I'm so sorry, Moonness. I'm so sorry that we're not going to get a whoa. Not enough people believe. Oh, whoa. Whoa, we got it. Good job, folks. We did it. We made it. We made it. But yeah, give Moonness some love there. We also got some other important people here. We got another important person. Real quick, let's check out. Did you know Irish John? Amazing game developer. Please watch the screen for a moment, if you would. Oh wait, did I do it wrong? Do I have to do Irish John Games? Is it just, there it is. Irish John is the creator of Rise of Piracy, a single and multiplayer action exploration role-playing system, real-time strategy game. His stream's incredibly fun. You gotta go check it out. And while you're doing that too, there's a little link there. You gotta wishlist Rise of Piracy on Steam. Do it now. What are you waiting for? There's no reason not to do it. There's no reason not to do it, folks. But look at this little trailer here. Doesn't this trailer look epic? It looks awesome. John also just got Jern. I should say Jern. I always say John, but it's Jern. Jern's also got you just made it with a publisher, right? I forget. I always forget the name. Awesome work though. Micro Pros. I always want to say Metroid Prime. I think MP. Micro Pros. Yeah, man. So awesome. Just got picked up by a publisher, and it sounds like it's such a good deal for both of them. So make sure you check it out. That stream is so fun to be in. So let's see. Can we do a shout out on Irish John? We can, folks. In that chat. Attention all lurkers. Please direct your attention to the chat. You will find a nice little cute little heart button there. If it's green, that means you already loved Irish John. If it's not green, you gotta click it. Give him some love. John streams almost every day as well. Irish Jern, good stuff. And over on that channel, it's good fun. Jern, where's Jern? Irish Jern, where's our Jern? Look at all these sweet emojis. Look, you want to do the poop flag. You want to say feck. All right. This is family friendly here. Family friendly. Love John. Thank you so much, John, for being here. I appreciate you. We got some more folks over here in our chat as well. Are very, Revere is also a game developer making a space trucking game called Unforgiven Space. We got so many people here that it's so awesome. Gotta give them all some love. His goal is to make a game. He wants to beat Star Citizen, release awesome 3D art. Unity developer, real game dev out there. Like I said, I'm not a real game dev. Look, I'm writing unit tests. Would a real game dev write unit tests? I hope so, but I see it rarely. I'm writing unit tests because I find them important. Yeah, give Rave some love as well. Shout out. Let's see. Has the timer out yet? To Revere here. I got 15 more seconds. 15 more seconds, Revere. Yeah. So that the Clayman was like, unit tests. I have not heard those words in a long time. Unit tests. Never heard of them. Exactly. So just so you know, folks, I'm not a real game developer. I'm learning it because it's fun. I like playing around. I like coding. I'm a coder. I'm a captain coder, you might say. Real quick, everybody in that chat there, give Revere some love. Go check out the stream. I love that stream as well. Kron Bjorn, tests are important, but I write software and not games, so it might differ. So, it may be a little bit. I don't think, what really is the difference between software and games? What is the difference between software and games? I think in some aspects of game, there are certain aspects of it that are hard to test, but absolutely, you got to, anything that's like logic based. If you have a so one of the things that's hard about writing tests in games is sometimes you're not entirely sure what you're building. And that's what we call a prototype. And once you're done with the prototype phase, then it's kind of time to start doing it there. But I think tests are super useful, super important, especially if you end up needing, if you're going to refactor something and you want it to have the same outcomes, that's when tests are the most important to implement if you haven't done it already. All right, folks, I'm so sorry if I missed someone in our chat here today who is also a game developer. If you would like to share your work, folk, we do have a Discord. You don't have to join the Discord if you don't want to, but if you'd like to hang out with us, it's a fun little community, my friends. I'm enjoying it. We got a fun little community over here on Discord. You can share your work. I like to showcase it if I can on stream. But we do have this nice little community going, so feel free to join the Captain Coders Academy. If you'd like to stay in touch off stream, absolutely love to. Please post your work here. If you're a game developer, let me know on my Discord. I'd love to shout you out. Put a little video out there for you, and just, you know, we're learning, we're growing it together as a crew. Thank you so much for being here. Slavical. Oh, hang on. I think I have this. Slavical. Welcome to the crew. Slavical, I'd like to welcome you. Slavical, thank you so much for the follow, my friend. Thank you for having the correct number of syllables so I could sing that song. I appreciate you being here. Welcome to Captain Coders Academy. If you didn't know, and I'm Captain Coder. Captain Coder is me, and me is a computer science educator. Remember, me is a computer science educator. I can say that because I'm not a wordologist. I'm a computer scientist. I'm a computer programmer. I am a software engineer, and we are here to learn and grow together. Do not hesitate to ask me any questions you might have, programming related or otherwise. Programming related or otherwise, just keep them friendly. Just keep them friendly questions. We don't want any, no crazy, weird questions are fun, but keep them clean. Keep them PG. Fun, family-friendly environment here, and backseat coding is absolutely welcome. Moonness says, most of the things I write are tightly linked to the game loop, so writing tests for it is terribly hard or close to impossible. Yeah, so I think the play experience is something that's, I don't know how to write tests in the play experience realm, so like, I don't know exactly how to do that, but so this specific, so when I was doing the marble game, you would have noticed I didn't really write tests, because how do you write good tests for physics-based stuff where you're just trying to figure out, how do I make this feel good? That doesn't make sense. But this thing here that I'm doing right now, this crafting system, this has a lot of logic in it. And so there are certain things where tests make sense. And then there's some stuff where like tests, how do you write a good test for it? Positioning, like, how do you do that? Because a lot of that is, what would we call it? Subjective, right? So you're trying to write a test that's sort of subjective on, like, does it feel right? Does it feel good? Should this be higher? Should this be lower? And sometimes you can over test stuff, and then you end up in a bad situation as well. That said, our crafting system's testable. All right, folks. So we are in the middle of doing our crafting container. We're gonna write some more tests for this. This is our simple container test. I haven't implemented these, but I would like to implement our add item, move item, try remove, try item at, and has item at. So we're gonna try add item. All right, so we're gonna write a test here for add item. And then we're gonna go implement it. Dramulks, oh, Dramulks over here. More tests, always with the tests, Captain. Can't you ever write anything that's not a test? Well, here's the thing. Once I get my tests working, then it's easy. Dramulks, it's all right. We're gonna get through this together, buddy. I promise, we're gonna write some cool stuff. When I get to my UI, I'm not gonna have tests, I promise, because it's hard to test UI stuff. That's where you get, unless we wanted to do, integration testing. Dramulks, maybe we should do some integration testing. Oh, yeah, some automated integration testing. Just for you, Dramulks, I know you'll like that. I know you'll like integration testing. if you hate, you know, you like unit testing so much, you're gonna love integration testing. All right, so this, we're gonna assume this one works. Can I do a before? Is there a before or a setup? Setup. Here we go. So we're gonna do a setup here. Like this. In our setup, public void setup. I'm gonna have some private. So the setup when you test runs once before every test, and so this will allow us to create some reusable chunks here. Like this. All right, I'm gonna rename this CC 2x3 woodwork, just so that we have an idea of what it is here. CC 2x3 woodwork, and then we don't need this. Instead, we just sort of say, okay, assume we have that thing up there and we're gonna check it this way. Let's see if this works the way I think with setup. Otherwise, we're either gonna null or our test should continue to pass. Oh, the Earl Grey tea is so good, folks. That Earl Grey tea is so good. So good. I didn't want to run that out. This is our test by 2x3. Okay, this one is actually not gonna be called test constructor. This is gonna be test add item. Test add item. Okay, and so the different possibilities are these. These are the different possibilities. These are the different things I want to sort of check for. Add item here. And so we have our CC 2x3. We're going to call add item. And we have to give it a position, an item in position. I think maybe I should do position item. I think I want to do position item. Slavical says, so what made you want to make a game in Unity? That's an excellent question, Slavical. Very excellent question. So I, like, as I may have stated before, I'm a computer science teacher. I work at a school for ages 10 to 14, and one of the classes I teach is an intro to C# class. I had noodled, I love C#. Let me start with that. I've been using C# for a little less than 2 years now, about 19 months, and I've kind of fallen in love with C#. So I played around with Unity a little bit, like a year and a half-ish ago, where I wrote a bunch of little tiny hacky games in Unity, and I thought it was cool, and I put them on itch. My students discovered my itch page here, and they played some of these games, and they asked me to teach a Unity class. And because you don't have to actually know Unity all that well to hack together some stuff in Unity, but to teach Unity, you have to know it a little bit better. So I started learning Unity, I'll say. I've been coding for a long time. I started learning Unity at the end of December. Essentially the beginning of January, I started learning Unity, so that way I could actually teach a class on it. So I hope that's a satisfactory answer for you, but that is essentially why I chose to do it. I'm going to change the order of these. I like to have the index first, like this. And the reason I want to do it this way is I think it might make sense to make this indexable. All right, so add item here at position like that. And this one returns a true. So let's add a comment here. Let's add a summary comment here. Attempts to add the specified param ref name equals item into this crafting container at the specified param ref name equals position, returns true if the item was added and false otherwise. Microwavable Hugs asks, do you teach for a school for the gifted? No, my school, it's not a school for the gifted. It's an independent school. So there is a process to get into it. It's an online, fully remote school for ages 10 to 14. We do have it's not necessarily for gifted, but it is for students. It's kind of for it's for students who want to be at an online school. It's for students and parents who want to be at an online school. It's a very different school. There's like no grades at the school. And so it's a little bit different. It's a little bit different than traditional school. So it's a non-traditional middle school. In the United States, middle school, it's not quite middle school. So its ages are not quite that way. So it's a non-traditional, fully remote school. So good question. Slav says they are teaching 10-year-olds programming languages. Wow. Back in my day, that's what I always say. Back in my day, computer classes involved learning how to type and talking to Clippy. Yeah, I do remember the computer literacy class. But yeah, that's a good answer. Do your students retain OO principles well, or do you have to focus on making a game part? That's a good question. So I've actually disguised my class as, I call it Intro to Unity, but really it's a object-oriented class in disguise. So if you want a little bit of a taste of what the class is, this website's not up to date anymore, but the first project we did was actually this project here. So all of the students who have done C# and know these things, variables. So the first introductory class doesn't touch object-oriented at all. It focuses on variables, Boolean logic, if statements, loops, methods. Those are the things that they know by the time they get to the Intro to Unity class. And in this class, the learning goals are object-oriented design principles, unit testing, which everyone loves, using Unity's interface framework. This one involved Canvas a whole lot, and then events to manage complexity. So in this project here, this is the first project we did. The first thing they do is it's really, check it out. The first project they did is implement a dice notation analyzer. Actually, the first thing they do is write a thing that can roll dice this way. So they actually implement a class called die. And the die, they learn about object-oriented principles, properties in C#. So a die has sides. You can examine what was last rolled on it. We talk about immutability. We talk about throwing exceptions. So the class really is an introduction to object-oriented programming in C# that happens to use that's disguised as a Unity class. Yeah, so Moon my students have said that. So Moon says, telling kids to die in their first class, that's rough. That's true. But the whole first part of the project is students implement this dice notation analyzer. So they learn how to parse strings. So for example, they might do like 3d6, and this is going to be 3 6-sided dice, and then it builds up this chart here, this histogram. So they implement like a histogram in it. The green ones are the most likely. Then we got red and yellow, and we use the advanced system to say, well, when the mouse hovers over these things, change the text down here, and then pull that information out. So they learn about dictionaries to create a histogram. Kron Bjorn, yes, this is an assignment that my Intro to Unity students did earlier this year. Earlier this year, they did this project. So this was the first project they did. They ended up, for many of them, not everyone quite got this far, but several of them made it to the character creator portion, and then we stopped. We didn't finish this project, but you end up with a page like this where you roll stats and you write out these nice things onto the screen like this. And so we learn how to add images, interact with buttons, change portraits, update your name. And so the first part is implementing the dice notation. We learn about that class, and then it's sort of like taking what we learned and applying it inside of the Unity engine. So this is a project that my students, this is the first project. So it's like probably like 6 weeks. I'd have to go look at it again, but I think it's like 6 weeks we spent learning about classes, implementing several classes. So we have a die, and then we have a dice group. Dice group happens to be a collection of dice, and then a dice pool is a collection of dice groups. And so you sort of learn how to nest classes, learn about composition of classes together, and then we implement a character creator. So that's the first project in this class. I probably will change it next year. This was a little bit too much for some of them. So your question, Slavical, was like, do they retain the OO principles? It's hard. for some of them, this was really, really challenging. I need to, this is the first time I've taught it, and it was an experiment. I'm going to massage this a little bit to be, the classes I introduced were too heavy on some mathematical concepts. And so I need to dial that back for some of them. Slavic says, wow, that's so awesome. And using Unity to disguise OO principles is a fun and interactive way to teach what is normally a hard thing to grasp. Even after getting my bachelor's in computer science, I still don't know object-oriented programming or best practices until years later, once I had more experience with programming. Yeah, so I worked in industry for a long time. Industry is a strong word. I worked in a lot of different companies. I worked as a contractor. I did work at some big places, salaried positions, and it's really hard to learn OOP in school. I think, or for me, I think it was also kind of interesting. I did pick up a lot of it in school, but the practice, I think I got really, where most of it came from was using it in internships and then also out in the real world. And it's really powerful. OOP can be a really useful tool for managing complexity. That's what I always tell students is, as a software engineer, as a programmer, you want to manage complexity. If your programs grow too complex, it becomes impossible to reason about it. And so object-oriented programming is a tool to manage that complexity. So using things like encapsulation manages the complexity for you. Thank you so much for asking, Slavical. That was an awesome question. For contributing to society, for contributing to the stream, thank you so much. 50 points to you, my friend. I appreciate it very much. Yeah, don't hesitate to ask any other questions. Happy to entertain them, like I said. Slavical, yay. Yeah, so I'm writing this unit test here. I was changing the order of this. I want to be able to add things at a position. Returns true if the item was added and false otherwise. Well, let's do you own a Black Lotus? Oh, you noticed. I will neither confirm or deny that. I feel like if I were to say that I owned one, that might paint a target on my back. If I were to say that I don't own one, that would mean that I perhaps am not the greatest magic collector ever. So I'm gonna refrain. I'm gonna answer that question with I can neither confirm nor deny that I own a Black Lotus from beta. I can neither confirm or deny that I own a beta Black Lotus. Neither confirm or deny that. Kron Bjorn says, oh my god, it's so different from the Swedish courses. We have to do really low-level language tests, and they expect you to already know the basics of C and Unix. We usually have a dropout rate of 75%. That's brutal. This is so much more approachable. Me as a 30-plus student got kind of burnt out. Maybe that's why I'm on a break. Yeah, man, it can be rough. One of the reasons that I wanted to do, I always kind of felt like I wanted to be a teacher, but as a computer science teacher, one of the things is I just felt like it was never taught particularly well. And as I went into grad school and stuff, it sort of became clear, the professors teaching aren't that interested in teaching. They are much more interested in their research. And so I actually I went and I pursued a computer science education degree, specifically how do we teach computer science? How do we do it well? It's something that we haven't really learned we haven't mastered very well yet. Teaching is hard. Teaching computer science is even harder. So I need to come up with, how do I want this to work? If I do a new position, 0, 0, and I give it an item. So we're gonna make a new item here. Let's make a couple more. Well, I can just do a new item. Let's give it a wood. Like this. Maybe I'll make let's do it up here. Private item wood. Wood equals new item wood. We'll initialize these up here. So we're gonna add an item here. For sure, when I do the following, I should be able to do some assertions based on that. The question is, when I add an item in that same spot, what do I want to do? So I should be able to assert true here. I know that there's nothing in there. The first time it's created, I should be able to add something in there. Then my woodwork, I should be able to get my has item at new position 0, 0. Okay, so I should be able to do an assert true like this. And I should before this, so let's just this is called our precondition post condition. Before we call add item, has item at should return false. After we add the item, has item should return true. So this is precondition post. Kron Bjorn says it's thought very poorly here, but the survivors are top notch. Oh, it's taught very poorly here, but the survivors are top notch. I was on a history course and oh boy, it was so pedagogical and structured, got kind of jealous. Yeah, so I do know that there is a lot of, I've taken many classes that were just sort of the teacher. I literally had a teacher once tell me this, and I thought this was funny. And I kind of, I remember saying, what's your approach to teaching? And he said the following, he said, I truly believe that there's this thing called the clue. And some students have it and some students don't have a clue. And basically it was like, well, it's the student's fault if they can't figure it out. And I thought it was really funny. And for a long time, I was like, that's true. Learning programming is really hard and you can either get it or you can't. But as I've gotten more into the teaching aspects, I was like, that's just like a very wrong thing to say. It's a very funny thing to say, but I think it's very wrong. I think it's absolutely incorrect. I think anyone can learn to code. I think some people are more adept at it, and the problem solving aspects of programming are there. But I don't think it. I think anyone can learn how to program. It's just a matter of mastering and building up the blocks. It's not, as soon as you say something's hard, it becomes hard. It's really, oh well, we don't understand this thing that's required to do it. And so it's a matter of leveling your skills up and growing and learning about it. The myth of not having a clue is just, I think, is not true. So they're precondition or post. What is another post condition that we have? I want to assert, all right, so what are other things I could check here? 2x3 woodwork. Our positions should now contain a, it should have a size of 1. So I'm gonna do positions.toList like this, or toArray, .toArray like this. And so this is gonna be an array of item. It's actually an array of position item. We'll call this pause, and we'll call this item. And this will be positions like that. And I want to assert that are equal. This should have one thing in it, positions.length like this. So assert they are equal. And then I also want to assert are equal, that the first thing in there is wood. No, the first thing in there should have a new position 0, 0. It should be position 0, 0. And it should also have the wood in that position. And so this should be positions at 0. So we're going to assert that the tuple that is returned happens to match it. So I think this is a pretty good, add. We're going to call this test add one item. From Bjorn says, that's really interesting. I get the feeling that you are further along the path than here. I don't quite understand what you're mentioning. I don't know what you mean by further along the path than here. Slavical says, I think the best way to teach programming is by teaching the principles through mediums that students like what you're doing. When I was in college, I would make little games as my projects, while other students would make phone apps or something else. The best professors I had were the ones who either encouraged personal research and making different things, or split them between learning from a textbook and making stuff with code. I agree with you. The best way to solidify your knowledge is by using it in practice. One of the main things that I think is poorly taught in programming, specifically in lectures, is you are taught the mechanics. You are taught the mechanics. They're like, oh, here is inheritance. This is how we write something that is inherited. You don't learn, oh, when you're writing a program and you run into this problem, this is when you should use inheritance. And so you end up with all of these really terrible inheritance structures, and it turns out inheritance, you should avoid it in many, many cases. Similar, You learn about for loops. Look, I don't remember learning for loops. It's like part of me, but students are often so confused at for loops. They're like, oh, well, here's how I write a for loop. I have a for loop and I put for int I equals 0, and then I is less than something, then I plus plus, and I put something there. You don't learn how to identify when you need a for loop. Instead, you just learn that how to write one. And so there's a huge difference of like, what is the theory versus application. And in computer science and programming, a lot of times the theory is touched. I think this is the same thing in math. It's one of the reasons I think calculus is so hard for many people to learn, is you're just memorizing all kinds of stuff, all kinds of formulas, instead of a more practical approach is like, hey, here's this problem that calculus solves. Okay, so how do you identify? You still need to know the theory to get there, but you have to know it. Slava says, the worst professor I had were the ones who had zero interactivity in their courses. Yeah, I know exactly what you mean. Muna says, in reply, and the teachers who can't explain things in more than one way, it's hard sometimes to come up with more than one way, but yes, it's important to get down on the level of the student and try and say, well, from your perspective, what are you missing? I've had so many instructors in the past, and I've seen so many instructors interact with students and like get frustrated and upset that a student doesn't understand something. Flavkal replies, yes, exactly, or worse, they would just teach off of a PowerPoint and just expect you to just know it. I don't use slides at all. I do projects only. That's not entirely true. For the most part, I do projects. Sometimes I have little what I call mini lectures or mini assignments where we talk about something really briefly, and usually we'll do like a live share and everyone's in there and we're coding together. Kron Bjorn says, I just get the feeling that you have a better teaching model. Maybe the US are further along in process, or maybe it's just that you are awesome. Well, thank you so much for the compliment. I don't think the US is quite there. I do think I have a somewhat different approach. I have a different approach than the traditional approach. I'm not the only one with this approach, but I am actively trying to hone my teaching style. I'm not just using the same curriculum, same slides. I am constantly trying to improve and iterate how I'm teaching to get myself at a better place. And so that's a big thing, is I'm an iterative teacher. I take my stuff and I say, what worked, what didn't work, how can I do it better, rather than just throwing it out there over and over. Elite Stomper says, good morning, Captain. Elite Stomper, good morning to you. Elite Stomper, so happy to have you back, my friend. Love says, yep, exactly. The why is more important than the how. Exactly. You want to be able to see something, identify. And so there's a huge challenge of providing a project where students have to apply something over and over and over. So one of the things about programming, the power of generalization, you can often have some problem and you end up solving like 10 different problems with the same piece of code. And so it's hard coming up with projects where students have to implement something over and over. So like, how do you get them to write a lot of for loops? To practice, because you got to practice for loops, but in an interesting way that's not just like, now write code that loops from 1 to 10 and prints out 1 to 10. Now do one that loops through 1 to 20. That's not that fun. And I have ideas. I haven't quite figured that one out exactly how I want. Budzors, welcome to the crew. I said, Budzors. How are you? Budzors, welcome to the crew, the captain, Coders Academy. Bud, thank you so much for the follow. I hope that's how I pronounce it. But you want me to pronounce it differently, just let me know. Let me know if I'm right or wrong. Am I right or am I wrong? Let me know. I'm happy to be corrected. Do not hesitate to correct me on that. I like people to feel welcome here. And if I'm not pronouncing your name right, maybe you won't feel welcome. But happy Tuesday. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening. Where have you happened to be in the world? It's morning for me. Maybe it's evening for you. Maybe it's the afternoon. Let me know how you're doing. If you have any questions, do not hesitate to ask. I love answering questions. I'm a computer science educator. I do my best to answer them, and backseat coding is actually absolutely encouraged here. So bring it on. Kronbjorn, I believe that's a winning concept. Now that I think about it, it's weird how it's easier to remember the bad teachers than the good ones. That's interesting. I remember having a lot of really good teachers. I do remember some of the bad ones too, though. I remember in middle school, my science teacher was like, every day we literally watched a movie and had a crossword puzzle that was related to the movie. So there'd be questions on the crossword puzzle, and the word that you were finding was part of the crossword puzzle. And so there'd be you had to watch the movie, and the movie would tell you, and you write the answer down, and you'd have to circle it. Not in the crossword. It was a word search. One of the crossword is a word search. It was a word search. Crosswords are harder than word search, I think, but it was a word search, and so you'd have to watch the movie, write the answer down. It was what a joke. Grandma says, "Why didn't Frodo take the eagles to Mount Doom?" Because Sauron would have seen it coming. So this question gets asked, why didn't Frodo take the eagles to Mount Doom? Sauron would have seen it coming. It wasn't until they were able to distract Sauron's forces that they were even able to make it. Frodo wasn't going to make it, except that they were like, look, we're going to go fight Sauron. We got to make a huge distraction so that way they can make it there. Gandalf was like, I've sent them to my doom. I've sent them to their doom by sending them that way. But so what they did is they distracted Sauron by starting that little war at the end. That's very, 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 very often asked question that's just like kind of silly. Microwavable Hug says, what inspired your singing on stream? I don't know. I enjoy it, mind you, but just curious, I don't know why I started doing, there was like one day I was in a giddy mood and I just kind of started doing it, and it kind of people enjoyed it, so it kind of stuck. John says, then the teacher would give you an A. Regathian says, I'd give them a problem to solve with loops, along with a description of for loops that makes them want to use those. Yeah, so it's harder said than done. I promise. Coming up with interesting for loop problems is tough. Let me show you what I've done here. So I have a workbook that I'm trying to make this more interesting. We have a loops lesson, while loops. So the while loops lesson, we have the Magician's Countdown. Greetings, adventurer. My name is Lucy the Magician. I've heard you've been working with Captain Coder to make some really neat programs. I'd love you to have a program that can count down for my latest illusion. Do you think you can help me? So this is sort of the thing it does. So this one displays a welcome message to Lucy, prompts Lucy to enter a number greater than 0. So they know how to do checks here. So they're required to have it be greater than 0. Use a while loop countdown from the number to 0, and with blast off. So this is like, I want a better version of this. We talk about enforcing user input here. So one of the motivations, like we can use a while loop to enforce user input. All right, and then let's make a guessing game. So we give them, like, it's really guess once, and it says, okay, can you rewrite this to use a while loop so it has a repeating guessing game? So this is sort of how I introduce while loops. It's like, oh, we can do a thing multiple times here. I would love to come up with a better way of introducing this. Although my students actually really enjoy this character, this Lucy character, Lucy the Magician, they really like her. Kron Bjorn says they wouldn't be able to make 3 movies that way. But seriously, I think there's some kind of force field due to Sauron and the eagles belonging to the same race. I think it's called, at least. Interesting. Moody says, fun school story. A student had a hat and gloves on in the winter because the heating was off. Teacher told him to take them off because we're in a classroom, or leave the room. He left. After him leaving, the teacher started screaming at us, the other students that we started yelling at the other students that we were idiots, a few curses, and ran out screaming. That's rough. I would say being a teacher is rough too, though. It's one of the highest turnover. It's one of the most underappreciated roles, I think, in that you're sort of expected to do all sorts of. Elite Sound says, what grades are you a teacher for? My school is ages 10 to 14. That said, I worked at a K through 12 school before, and I do quite a bit of tutoring for university. All right, we wrote this test here. This test is gonna fail, folks. This test is gonna fail, but this is gonna help us write an implementation for it. All right. So test add 1, it fails because we haven't actually implemented any of this functionality yet. And so now, Dremel says that a fancy schmancy private school, it's an independent school that's online. It's an online independent school. One of the big things that I love about this school is I actively get to do research, and we are trying to promote making educational resources that others can use. So that's one of the things that this is like my dream job. I love this school so much because they do stuff like that. They actually actively encourage me to go to educational conferences. They give me resources to get my stuff out there in the world. I love this school. It is, I wouldn't say it's a fancy smancy private school. It is an independent school. I don't think we're particularly fancy. That said, it is. I don't. I wish everyone could do it. So, but they are paying for it. Yeah. Regathian said could have them count the number of specific values in a 2D array. Could theme it like counting potatoes in a field. I do like that. I haven't written 2D arrays. Oh, did my stream die? Am I back? Did I guess got a little thing. My stream died here. Am I back? Elite Summers, let's face it, there should be a way to identify teachers that get burnt out, though. What would be the criteria, though? Some of them are off the hook. Yeah. Well, so I'm so torn on the topic. I don't know how to fix the problem. I really don't know how to fix the problem. I wish I did. I wish I had an answer. You're right. It'd be good. Teachers are so overworked is a huge part of it. And then they're underappreciated. And then a lot of times they have like, anyway, I don't want to get too off the deep end here talking about teachers. I think it's a sad state of affairs worldwide, and it's just rough. Regathian says, introducing for loops before while loops is also a good idea to avoid them falling back on the loops they know. That's fair. What I like to do is the way I introduce for loops is say, oh, it turns out a for loop is special syntax for a while loop. And then we end up getting to for each loops. And then by the time we're at for each loops, you don't need while loops or for loops very often at all. So the idea is I introduce it that way. I used to introduce for each loops first, but that confused a lot of students. Because introduce for each loops, I have to have the idea of like a list and array. And although array, I don't know, it's tricky. It's tricky. I've changed my mind multiple times on how to do it. Catbro says, pay them more lower class sizes. That would be a good start. Catbro says, raise the taxes. Maybe. I'm neither gonna, say here or there on taxes. We're gonna avoid, if we can avoid specific, potentially heated, controversial topics like that, Catbro. We're gonna avoid that conversation. But I do think paying teachers more, lowering class sizes is a good idea. Catbro says, teachers are some of the most important people on the planet. I agree. Not everyone agrees. I think that's really what it comes down to, is not everybody agrees with that. Muna says, we did have a lot of good teachers as well, just that the math teacher was terrible. So basically we learned math. I had some really good math teachers. I really did. I think I owe a lot to my love of math for having a really good math teacher in 6th grade. Yeah, he was awesome. Elite Stomper says, oh, trust me, I have nothing but respect for teachers, but if you figure out the teachers needs help before they lash out or lose control, you avoid it keeping them longer. Yeah, they get burned out. Teacher in the United States, I think the average teacher, the turnover rate, the average teacher doesn't make it past 3 years. I've had multiple friends, I'm in education. I've had a lot of friends become teachers and they're just like, this is insane, I can't do it, and they leave. So there's a lot of retention issues with teachers. Well, Kron Bjorn says, it's absolutely worldwide, sadly, but the change has begun at least. I hope so. So our test is failing here. We're gonna hop back in. Thank you so much for such an interesting conversation about education. I think it's important to have these conversations. The solution is, I think, highly debatable. I don't have a solution. I wish I did. Capper says, none of my high school teachers are teaching anymore. That's really sad. I'm so sorry to hear that. Okay, so in our crafting container, after call add item, we want to, ITC Studios, welcome back, ITC. ITC, so nice to see you this morning, afternoon or evening. I think it's afternoon for you, but happy Tuesday, my friend. Anyone who doesn't know, ITC here. ITC, friend of the stream, amazing artist, amazing game developer. You got to check it on the screen here. ITC Studios is making a game about an RPG, a 2D action adventure RPG called Anomaly. Gotta check him out. Wound Me, awesome stuff. Real quick, folks, please direct your attention to the chat. Lurkers, this is your captain speaking. Attention, lurkers, please direct your attention to the chat. We are gonna give ITC Studios a little bit of extra love. Everyone, real quick, ITC Studios deserves this love. Awesome pixel artist. You gotta go check out her work. Watch that stream. I love getting there. Super chill stream. Gotta go check it out. Give him some love. By the way, the N in my name is silent. Oh, I'm so sorry. Thank you for correcting me. Woo me. Thank you so much for correcting me. I appreciate that. I had no idea. So I appreciate you correcting me. You might have to correct me again, but just keep correcting me. I appreciate it. Correct me when I'm wrong. All right, folks, I'm so sorry if I missed something there. If I missed something, feel free to send it again in the chat. I'll do my best. To see it. All right, we gotta finish one more thing before I get off here. We gotta define. Oh, we did this, folks. We did this. We defined a crafting class. Oh, I'm so glad we did do this. We got this one done, folks, because that's otherwise we wouldn't be writing our tests. We got this one done. Oh, it feels so good to have that done, folks. Since you were here to witness it, folks, we crossed this thing off. 50 points to all of you. Thank you so much for being here. I appreciate you. And we done did it. We defined a crafting container. We're in the process of writing some tests for it, so we're not going to get to these two today, because I got to hop off here. I got work in 45 minutes. But I want to finish. I want to see if I can get the start of this implementation. I want to see if I can at least get this test passing. Test add one item here. We have our precondition and our post condition, right? So this is testing adding to an empty space. What I'd like to do is with this position, the simplest thing to do is we have this grid and it goes from position to item. This is the simplest thing to do. Goes from position to item and then we return true. Okay. This isn't quite gonna work out for us. Cat versus, can we not have a quiz this week since we're so cool? We're not gonna have a quiz this week. Cat bro, should I start having pop quizzes? What do people think? Should I start having pop quizzes? All right, so what's wrong with this implementation? My test still is gonna fail. How can I make this implementation work? So I shouldn't return true unless we've modified a thing here. Yes, no quiz. I was thinking I need to figure out how to do it. I don't have as much time as I'd like. I'd love to add in like a quiz feature. Slavical says, can I use my points to skip the pop quiz? Maybe. Or you can answer questions on the quiz to get more points. Get those pointage. No, if I do a quiz, I think it's probably gonna be like a collaborative thing. I would like to make it so like the more people that participate, the more points we get as a crew. All right, so I would like to set the position, but only if that item isn't already set. So in C#, we can do the following. Say if grid dot contains key position. So if the position's already set, we're gonna return false. All right, so if we already have something there, we cannot put something in there. Otherwise, we add it in and return true. I think there might even be another one of these here as well. Is there a grid dot add triad? This is another one we could do. How does triad work? I'm curious here. Let's do a triad. Let's look at the documentation. C# dictionary triad. Moon is getting closer to that 30K. Getting that 30K. Attempts to add a specific key to the value. True if the key was added to the dictionary successfully, or false. Until the add method, this method doesn't throw an exception if the element with the given key exists in there. Unlike the dictionary, triad doesn't override the element if the element with the given key exists. Okay, so this will return false. This will return false if there's already something there. So that's exactly what we want. All right, so we're gonna do grid dot triad position item Okay. And we're going to say if this didn't work. So we're going to say if this returns false, then we're going to return false. Otherwise, we're going to return true. Ooh, and even better, I could just do this. This isn't going to work forever. Let's try that one. Adding an existing value in a dictionary throws an error. Oh, if I try to call .add, yeah. This one, it should return false if I'm not able to add it. If there's already something there. Whereas if I did grid of position, if I did this one, this forces it to be whatever's on the right side. If I do, so forces item into the dictionary. If I did grid, Cat Bro, thank you for hanging out, my friend. Have a beautiful day, Cat Bro. As always, keep coding, keep growing, keep being the best you can be. And as always, you are welcome back anytime, my friend. You are welcome back anytime. If I do add position, comma item, like this, throws an exception if position is already set. All right. And this one returns true. It returns false if position is already set. So these are sort of the differences between these ones. Our add item is going to work similar to how try add does. So part of me says, like, maybe we should call, since this is returning a Boolean, so should we call this try add item? I think that makes sense to call it try add item. Kranbjorn, 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 Kranbjorn. Thank you for the follow. We welcome you to our nice crew. Kranbjorn, Kranbjorn, Kranbjorn. Saying that, Kranbjorn is almost a tongue twister. Kranbjorn, thank you so much for the follow, my friend. Happy Tuesday. So happy to have you here with us. Thank you. I hope you're enjoying your time here. Thank you for all the conversation. I've really been enjoying it. H. Mendoza, good morning to you and the crew. Lisa says, hey, did you see the dungeon set I'm working on? Yeah, it looks awesome. Where did you post it in here? I think was it here? I think you posted it in game forum or game chat. I think I even replied to you. Where is it? Where are you? Is it in art? Here it is, Elite Stomper. This looks awesome. Yeah, I was asking if you made these because I'm probably gonna pester you. I'm probably gonna bother you because I would love, I think, to use these in my in the game jam. April 1st, folks. April 1st to the 5th, I'll be working on stream on this. It goes till the 8th, but I'm not gonna do it that whole week. This game jam happens to fall during my spring break, so we're gonna have a streamathon, folks. It's gonna be wild. It's gonna be crazy. It's gonna be wild. Probably gonna be like 40 to 50 hours of streaming that week. It's gonna be nuts. But I will probably bother you because these look great. Over on YouTube, we got someone, I can't pronounce your name, I'm so sorry. They say hi. Slavical says, hey, Captain, I have a meeting now, so I have to head off. Is there a Discord? Yes, there is. Please, if you would like to join the Discord, you can. There's no pressure, but we have a nice little community there. Slavical says, I really like your stream. Thank you. And you do a good job of interacting with your viewers and teaching at the same time. I'm doing my best. We're trying, we're learning, we're growing as a crew, my friend. Thank you for popping in. Have yourself a beautiful day. Keep growing, be the best you can be, and as always, you are welcome back anytime, Slavical. Looking forward to seeing you next time. All right, so we want to use this one here. So we're not gonna use these two. We're gonna do this, and then we don't have to have like the if check type thing. It's just sort of all in one, all inclusive. The one little thing that this is also checking the has item at. All right, so has item at is actually gonna be grid dot contains key position like this. And since this is a one-liner, we can just have this use, I forget what this exact thing this is called, but I always call it a lambda. We can have this be sort of a, there's a word for this. This is it's something expression. Statement return expression syntax or something. Has item is gonna take our position, just check if it's set in there. All right, let's check out our test. Did this implementation get our assumptions to pass? Will it pass? Will it pass? Will it pass? Let's give it a go. Will it pass? Will it pass? Let's know. Left arrow. Well, I call it, it's a right arrow. It's pointing to the right. Nameless code says left arrow. There's a word for it. Let's look it up. Let's look it up. And in fact, on my here, we do it. I have the name for it here in my project, don't I? No. Where is it? Where? I often call it like a derived type. What is called in C sharp? It's not lambda. I usually call it a lambda, right? C sharp documentation. They have a fancy word for it. C sharp get started. C sharp reference. Why can't I find the word? I know I've put it in here before. That's okay. We're not gonna find it. I'm just gonna call it lambda expression. H. Mendoza, it did pass. It did pass. We got our assumptions passed, and I'm happy. We got some more tests to write, folks. Crombear says, are you using .NET? In fact, yes, I am. I'm not using any .NET libraries right now, but one of the things I wanted to explore was how to define. So I'm doing this interesting thing here where this code, I want to write a library just for all my expression body definition. Moonniz with the save, my friend. Expression body definition, 50 points for you. 50 points for you. It's an expression body definition. No one calls it that. Nobody calls it that. It's also a lambda operator. I think it's interchangeable. No one calls it the expression body definition except my students because I make them say it. Optional, or does it have support for .NET? So I am using .NET. Unity is using Net Standard 2.1 or 4.7, 4.7 technically. But we're using Net Standard 2.1. I want to have this little library here. So this library builds, and we add that as a dynamically linked library into our project. So I'm working directly with a C# library that's independent. I want to move this code. My crafting system is actually going to be independent of Unity. And then in Unity, I'm going to build like a UI for it. And so the project itself is going to be separated. I'm loving .NET. I've only been using it, like I always say, for about 19 months. I haven't been using it too long, but I've fallen in love with C#. F# I like, but not so much. I'm a Haskeller. I'm a recovering Haskell addict, so it's a little hard there. HMan does an expression body definition. Wow, Microsoft was not sure what to do when they came up with that. I think it's an okay name, expression body. It's because it's not a statement, it's an expression, and the expression is defining the whole body. So normally, I think it describes what it is, but it's just hard to remember. So normally, you would call everything between the curly braces the body of the method. This is the body of the method. And they said, well, can we make this easier? So rather than having all this syntax, this is not an expression, this is syntax. When you do it this way, it becomes an expression. That said, it's just hard to remember. No one calls it that, so I don't know if it's good or not. Someone much smarter than myself came up with it, and it just, words are hard. Kronbjorn says, .NET looks interesting, a lot of good stuff from the Java, but C syntax. Yeah, so I do feel like the people who made C# were like, there's a lot of nice things about Java, but let's fix it. Let's fix us some Java, and they made it better. That's how I feel, but I feel like the people who do write in C# use C#. I feel like the people who write the Java stuff don't actually use Java, and therefore aren't quite sure what to do. I know that's not true. Muna says the expression body is basically what's on the right side. Yeah. So this part is, that's right. This part here is the expression body. This is the syntax you use to be able to define it. But I think you're right. Like I said, it's named poorly. It's super, super poorly named. Darkman says, yo, sorry for joining late. Darkman, you got nothing to apologize for, my friend. Nothing to apologize for at all. Welcome aboard. We are wrapping up here. We are wrapping up because I got to get to work. I got work in 30 minutes, so I do have to hop off here. But I appreciate you being here, Darkman. Kronbjorn says, Java is too verbose for my taste, but it's probably very subjective. I do think it's very, very, so there's this idea of scrap your boilerplate. Scrap your boilerplate. And I think that C# does a good job of finding a happy medium. That said, the less boilerplate you have, the more specific things you have to learn. So for example, if you don't know what this is, you look and you're like, what the heck? What the heck is that going on there? Regathian says, I mean that it is an expression-bodied method. Ah, yeah. It's interesting. It's interesting. All right, folks, we are gonna do a commit here. We got this one test working. We defined this. We didn't get everything we wanted to get done, but that's okay. That's okay. We're getting closer than ever. We're gonna finish up these 2 chunks tomorrow, hopefully. I'll be back tomorrow, same time, 7 a.m. Eastern time, 7 a.m. to 10 a.m. at least. You know, it's 11 a.m. Eastern right now, so I might go a little bit long. I often go long. Because I'm having so much fun hanging out with you, hanging out with my crew, the crew you are one of. Thank you so much for being here. That said, if you would like, you know, we did just post a link to the Discord, but if you want to keep in touch, if you want to chat, if you want to ask questions, you want to suggest the next project, if you'd like to join the Discord, you can. If you'd like to join the Discord, you can. There's no reason, you know, you have to, but I'd love to have you here. If you want to ask questions, ask for help here. I often will answer them there. I try to do my best. If you want to leave me some feedback on my projects, do it here. If you want to suggest a project idea, I'd love to know what you'd like me to do next on stream. So we're going to be going for at least a couple more days on this one. I shall return tomorrow. Thank you guys so much for being here. We're going to find someone to raid. Let's take a little looky-loo here. Let's take a little looky-loo. Yeah, following. Who do we got? Who do we got? You're welcome. Thank you. H. Mendoza, thank you for being here. Kron Bjorn, thank you for being here. Let's go raid we're gonna raid Simple Game Dev. Yeah, we're gonna raid Simple Game Dev. Let's see what they're working on. Simple Game Dev. C# Fritz. Let's look at C# Fritz. I haven't done I don't know who that is. I always like learning someone new. C# Fritz. You're welcome. You're welcome. Thank you. C# Fritz. What is C# Fritz working on? Educational. A web. Oh, I think I want to keep it in game dev, folks. For today, since I'm doing game dev right now, let's keep it in game dev. I do want to check out C# Fritz at some point. Thank you for the recommendation, though. Let's see here. Simple Game Dev, Unity. Yeah, we're gonna go. Oh, we did. Do we want to do Simple Game Dev? I think we'll do Simple Game Dev, folks. Yeah, this guy does some good stuff. All right, we're gonna do that. Thank you guys so much. I'm so unable to pick things sometimes, but I've enjoyed this stream before. As always, everybody, thank you so much for being here. As always, keep coding, keep growing, be the best you can be, and you there in the back, you're always welcome here, anytime, folks. We'll see you next time. Have a beautiful day.
Seven seconds. So that's still one thing I would like to change. The scale should somehow affect the speed. That's the main idea. Captain Coder!